Some flowers whisper tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay to the night. Your music talks to me, it's me tonight. One kind of woman, I hear you say, so let it be love, let it be love, oh yeah. Let it be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone to lay on, you know. Some magic conquers me, lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say. Love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let it be
This is like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let it be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want, alright. So let it be love, let it be love,
Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel from APM Research. This video is to help you identify the various parts of the halo we are seeing in our skies. This video by China Miss Jones captures what we call the vertical halo. It is a perfect circle around our Sun, and it is not always visible to everyone at the same time. This may be due to particulates in the atmosphere, chemtrails, distance, and even the angle it is viewed from. This video by One Conscience captures the horizontal halo where it is plain to see the Sun itself is attached to. We can relate this to Ptolemy's epicycles. Ptolemy not only factored in the Sun's movement, but also the object our Sun is attached to. Notice this capture has no nodes visible on the horizontal halo. This capture, also by One Conscience, captures what we call node 8. You will see over the course of this video there are 8 nodes total on the Sun halo. The reason it looks like this is because we are seeing it from a side profile instead of the bottom view we usually see. As the Sun comes down on the horizon, we start to see a different perspective of what we are really looking at. There are always 2 nodes very prominent on the horizontal halo, and these are where the vertical halo attached to it. Sometimes you can see 1 node, other times you may see 2. This is what some people confuse as 2 or 3 suns. Notice in this video we can see some of the horizontal halo's nodes visible. This now gives us this profile. Notice node 1 is very close to the Sun, and it is not visible due to the Sun's intensity. This is part 1 of a 2-part video, as there is more to see and do and add to this model of which I am recreating. The reasons we are seeing them is due to ice crystals in the atmosphere. They reveal the true nature of our Sun as the trapped frozen light particles try to interact with it. This of course highlights the true profile of what our Sun really is. An electromagnetic projection 90 degrees above its source. We are basically seeing parts of the inside of our Sun's projector. This is why they try to chemtrail our Sun to stop ice crystals forming, so you do not see this.
Good evening or good day to all APM community and those new to the research here listening. The APM podcast is being launched today with the first of a 3-parter, a conversation with FPV and myself, Junipers. We aim to create a podcast weekly discussing all things APM and encourage questions or topics from the community. You will be able to direct these towards my private message in Discord. The hope is to liaise with other team members who will contribute perspectives and discussions to the podcast in the future and build on real-time decodes and conversations. In the spirit of our ancestors and in salutation to the Creator, this APM podcast aims to encompass deeper understandings of the research and relatable current affairs. So, grab a brew and let's have a blah. Hi FPV. We've had a few decent chats recently, which has led us to the idea of a Q&A session in the hope of arousing new interest and igniting ways to elevate Operation Rainbow Warrior to the masses. This list of questions is also designed to aid APM Research and FPV with his book regarding the last 7 or 8 years of research. The community are also eager to know the minds and hearts of the APM Research team a little better and to understand the workings of the realm, enabling the translation of living in modern times into the wisdoms, teachings, and movements of our ancestors, unifying our spirits and hopefully finding our connection to the glories bestowed by the Creator. Okay, maybe a little background of what led you to begin the research, FPV?
Hello Junipers, and yes, we have some fantastic conversations, don't we? Right, some background. Hey, that's a lovely intro, by the way. Very nice intro. So many
Thank you.
topics and subjects, isn't there, that the intros seem to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
But yeah,
A little bit of background.
subject matter probably helps. Right, a bit of background on me. Okay, I can't tell you too much about me because it's not about me, but you can tell you some background on the avenue that brought me to these conclusions. In 2015, well, previous to that, I'd been researching politics and all kinds of stuff, and I could see they were all doing, especially in UK and the States, the politics mirror each other. What they do, we do. So we're following their suit kind of thing. And I could never understand why, because there's so many mistakes and things going wrong with their decision making, and I thought, it's not making any sense at all. And every now and then you would hear something about one of them going to Antarctica. It never crossed your mind much, and you think, probably just a visit going to see the penguins. But no, once I found flat Earth and Antarctica comes into this, then it started making a lot more sense. There's something bigger going on here, and everyone seems to be missing it. So, okay, we looked into flat Earth. Well, I looked into flat Earth. And I did have a friend accompanying me we used to moderate a news stream, a big news stream on YouTube, just as a hobby, something to do, I got dragged into it, but anyway, it was me and Cat's Eyes. We used to moderate a stream, and I started going down the flat Earth route. We were actually following the Trump's, the stream was following Trump's presidential election, the first is, the previous one. That's what the stream was covering. So I was interested anyway, just to see what was going on. And a lot of people were asking me, because I wasn't American. There's a lot of Americans asking me, but I thought, who would you vote for? And I said, well, clearly your best choice is going to be Trump, because these other people are going to take you to war constantly, the warmongers. But anyway, me and Cat's Eyes, I was following all these flat Earth channels, just monitoring it and watching, and had a go at debating some of the globers, and I realised that, not the globes, sorry, I was having a go at some of the flat earthers. I thought it was funny at first, until I realised I couldn't debunk this guy. It took me 5 minutes to realise, wait a minute, there's some serious things going on here. So that's what kind of got me into it, and I thought, well, okay, if this is not a spinning ball flying through space, what is it? And what's creating those luminaries and moving them? And who created the mechanisms that are doing that? That's what was crossing my mind right at that time. And I thought, this has to be technology or something. I wasn't actually serious. I was just crossing my mind. I thought, this is going to have to be technology for this to be something other than rocks floating in space, because, you've no other reference to anything you can use for that. So I thought, okay, then we're going to have to, I think we'll have a look down the routes. What were the ancestors teaching? What's all this sacred geometry mean? Is there other ways it can be taken? Is there any technological references within it? That's what I started thinking about. I've got to check all this sacred geometry, scriptures, things like that, and see if I can find any connections that would suggest technology being involved. And lo and behold, it's everywhere. Yeah, I started seeing it everywhere, and I thought, wow, how have we missed this before? And it starts becoming so much more familiar the more you look into it. You start recognising the technology and knowing how it works, after time and studying it. So that was what brought me. Sorry,
was there a Eureka moment?
Yes, there was. Yes. Oh, yes, yes. The Nazca Lines. When I was
Was that
decoding
your
the Nazca Lines.
decode?
Sorry?
Was that your first decode?
It was, yes, yes. Nazca Lines were the first avenue I was looking at, really. Oh, well, I mean, I was looking at other things as well, but the Nazca Lines had my attention because, I've looked at them before and not trying to work out what they were. I've just thought, it's amazing. These big, giant glyphs all over the place in deserts and crossing mountaintops and everywhere. And when you look at the mainstream, well, the people's theories of what they thought it was, none of them made any sense. It was all aliens, UFO, blah, blah, blah. But when you've debunked the globe and outer space and aliens, that's all fantasy talk, so you can rule them out straight away. So then I'm looking at them thinking, well, okay, is there any technology hiding within the Nazca Lines? And lo and behold, I started noticing different types of antennas. I thought, where? Is this for real? Antennas in the Nazca Lines? And yes, there is. There's a few different types of antennas in there. And then I started looking at the certain glyphs, and I could see how it could be used, like to high frequency, like high voltage, things like this, high frequency. Like the birds, you could use them as a high frequency. Birds high frequency, animals low frequency because they're on the ground and the birds are in the sky. And I'm thinking along them lines now. These representing like frequencies and waveforms and things.
The condor and the eagle being an example.
Yeah, there's lots of birds, and then you've got ground creatures, and you've also got marine creatures, which you suggest, which would be correct, your subsonic frequencies. So the whole frequency range is kind of there in glyphs, and that was interesting in itself. And then when I discovered the Nazca Sun Cross, I couldn't get a very good picture off Google Earth of it because they've made it really hard to see things on there now. They're making it hard for you to discover things like that. But I did find an image online which someone had taken. I can't remember the guy's name that put it online. But, you'll find copies of it online of various people's uploaded it there, what they've drew of it. So I took that and I overlaid, you'll see the 6 halos crossing over this grid that I made. I decoded the 6 halos from somewhere else. I've never told anyone how, and I'm not going to, because that's unique to me, and they don't need to know that. But I've placed them like I did, and so you got the 6 concentric circles on a grid of 144 squares. And I think, this is something very, very amazing we're looking at here. This is what they would call a class 1 geoglyph. It's very done with high intelligence, but what is it? What does it represent? So I thought, well, I've got to put this on a map. So I started putting the grid over different maps. There was at the time there was the pizza maps were getting pushed around, which I knew quite quickly in those days was this information map. It's designed to hide east and west. I didn't realise that at the time, but after decoding what's going on at the international date lines, I realised how they were trying to hide it with these maps. But yes, once I put the Nazca grid on the Mercator map, it started making a lot of sense, and I just scaled it right until certain things started aligning correctly on it, and then I could see where the international date lines were. And some of this grid was going outside of it, east and west, north and south, and I thought, oh, you couldn't make this up. And that's when I had a Eureka moment, when I looked at it, and it was like a million little bulbs came on in my mind, and I could see everything, how it worked, how they faked World War II, you name it, everything flashed through my mind, how this works. In a split second. You see that in movies, and it's nothing like what they show in movies. It's quicker than what they show in movies. You see you see a lot of things faster than what I've seen them portray in movies, and you can absorb it and access it at the same moment. It's weird, but that's what that was a big Eureka moment, the biggest they've ever had. I mean, you're always going to get Eureka moments in this, aha moments all the time, but not one as big as I got that day. And I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I'm questioning myself now. Am I really discovering this? Is this for real? And it's just, ever since, it's just kept proving itself. I won't elaborate too deep on it all, because it's probably better in a book, this story. But, that was the Eureka moment.
That was definitely the biggest Eureka moment I had, because I could see it all, the past, present and future. Everything flashed in my brain at that moment. I could see the good of this, the
Just
bad of
yeah.
this, how what can and can't be done with it, or how it's been used in the past and present, and how it could be used in the future. But, there's where you have to pull the reins in a bit. This is not our technology. Whose is it?
Yes.
It's the Creator's
I'm
glory.
getting the
Yeah.
TARDIS moment coming across here, FPV. The TARDIS moment.
Yeah. Rose look gazing into the TARDIS. It's a brilliant reference, that, because that's what it feels like. You've looked into something that's just going to consume you the more you look. And it does.
Yeah.
It's consuming me, but I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I'm always going to warn people, if you're going to look into this, expect to be consumed by it, because it never ends. I've been doing it for about 8 years now, and all the team members looked in and doing it and still poking around with things. And it does. 8 years have gone by in a flash. So it will consume you. But, is the journey worth it? Oh, yes. Our ancestors knew this. We understood this a long, long time ago. Which is what takes you down the route of politics, wars and all the rest of it. So, you got to see how all that started and where all that came from and all the division that it caused.
Yeah.
So my revelations were that putting that grid over the map. Because I could see everything in a split second. Hard to explain. I can't even prove that, but I think the work speaks for itself. And it's not just my work, I'm speaking on behalf of a team that's got bigger and bigger as we've progressed along, because I'm the first to admit I can't do this myself. And even today, we haven't got the team big enough to cover this, but we're slowly expanding. We're doing okay. I don't worry.
Yeah, there'll be a tipping point, won't there? And
Yes, it's
things
going
will,
to. It'll become
exposed.
more public, won't it, and recognised and more aware, and then you're going places, which is the
Yes.
which is the ultimate goal.
There's that question, of course, of the globe and flat Earth, and you're going to answer this very quickly, but are they the branches of the same indoctrination tree? I mean, that's linked
Yes,
to it.
yes, it is, because these people have to gatekeep every avenue. They've got to
Yes.
gatekeep and control the narrative in all these arenas. There's not just flat Earth that they're doing it in. There's lots of arenas on YouTube or on the internet, and every one of them's gatekept because of this topic. You have to gatekeep all these extra subjects that come with it, all the sciences that come with reality and what mainstream are telling us. So there's lots of channels and disinformation channels and sock accounts attacking you and things like this going on in the background. People don't see what's going on in the background like we've seen over the last 8 years. We know who's who in this community. Well, this community, in inverted commas, this arena. We know there you can tell their walk, and yes, you can spot the disinfo agents a mile off, especially when they're going out of the way not to promote you, but to try and get access to your content and then attach it to their nonsense that they're selling. That's what we've caught a lot of them doing. So, that tells me these people aren't here for the truth. They're here to make money and disinformation. So, yes, there is a massive divide in this flat Earth arena.
Yeah, minions for the masters, I call them.
Lots of,
and that would
there's lots of theories, maps and models. We've debunked them all. Ours works. We have never been debunked in 8 years. If it got debunked, I wouldn't worry. For us, there's more to this than just the map. The map's just part of this. This is something bigger than the map. This is what's below the map, and beyond the man's fake barriers is what this is really about.
Yeah, it's just a pinpoint that you started with, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
why lie about the shape of the Earth? Why is anyone lying about the shape of the Earth? What would you say to that?
Great question. Yes, great question, because we've been asked that before, and once over we couldn't answer that. Now we can pretty much say because of how it works and who created it is why it's been hidden and lied about, because this is a technological construct. The Creator's glory is technology that over time have many names. Every culture's got a different name for it. The name we're using in modern times is angels. That is the technology. This is the technology of the Creator. This is the Creator's tools of creation, is what we're revealing. And then we get asked questions like, well, where's the Creator? We don't know. We can honestly say we don't know. Hopefully they're out there making more of this. We've no idea how big this is yet, but to put it into context, look at the sky, right? Not not like the globers do, to point out a light in the sky and say this, you stand on a globe because you're pointing a light in the sky. That's ridiculous. Look at the sky, then start gauging the size of the diameter of the sky. How far does it go in all directions? Then you've got an idea how big the landmass might be. Because it doesn't matter how far out there you go, you're not going to find an edge. Do you know why?
You're going to tell me.
Yes, I'm going to tell you. Because if you found an edge, that would suggest you are floating on something floating in a vacuum of space, which we know doesn't exist. It's impossible. Which then tells you this has to be an infinite plane. There's no other way around it. You arrive at that conclusion. This is unknown scale plane that we're standing on. We don't know how far it extends in any direction.
Eternal.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be an infinite plane. If you found an edge, then what's down there? What's it standing on? Common sense tells you it has to be
That's
infinite.
That's the question you need to ask. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a good question, because not only people probably be able to answer that correctly. A lot of these maps and models are putting you in a contained model. They don't want you going beyond the date lines and seeing where the stars and the luminaries come from and go to. That's what the globe and the pizza maps are designed to do. They're designed to hide east and west, where these lights are coming from and going to.
More confusion.
Yeah. What they've done, look at the map and grid we use. If you look down the sides of Antarctica, you can see it's a straight line cut down both sides. They've took a bigger map, cut it in those locations, and wrapped it around a ball, invented Google Earth, and that's the globe. That's all they actually have. The globers have got Google Earth, a bag of cartoons, and a shitload of excuses. That's pretty much the globe.
Another circus.
Yeah, so it's gatekeeping, and these two factions actually work together in this arena, believe it or not. They're all attacking each other, and they're keeping it globe versus pizza map. It's a false dichotomy. Neither exist. Now, if I see anyone displaying that pizza map, I know that they're an idiot. It's someone that hasn't done the research, or it's someone trying to sell you disinformation. There's no in between.
Yeah. Character, an actor.
Yeah, my advice to anyone, do your own research. Don't take my word for it. If you do your own research and do it correctly and honestly, you will arrive where we are on the map. You would never find the model because we've already decoded it anyway. But I can't see anyone else going down that route and decoding what we have when it comes to how this works.
It's a straightforward debunk of any of those theories, isn't it? Your advice would be go and do your research.
Yeah, don't get too much to attach to a map. I'm not attached to our map. We know it works. We know it can't be debunked. We've told them the data they need to debunk it, which would have to be, you'd have to cross the Pacific and use independent GPS captures yourself to prove you crossed the Pacific Ocean, because when it's rolled out level, half of the Pacific's in the east and half's on the west, which shows they've joined two different oceans together to make the globe. That's what they've done. That's where they put the cut there and wrapped it around the globe, around a ball. And this is how Google Earth works. That's how Google Earth works. They've took the images from this map where they've cut it, they've put it in Google Earth, and it's got algorithms built in that round the images off when you zoom out, and it eventually creates a globe. That's the only globe there actually is, apart from the toy ones you buy in the shops. So that's what people think they live on. Perhaps they imagine if you zoom in on Google Earth, you can see people waving. Who knows? But no, that's the globe. That's all it is, a cartoon ball. And all the cartoons and fakery in space and all this thing that they're doing with the ISS, it's all to fake man's doing things up there when actually They were already here doing them themselves, like the ISS. It's not something man-made. It was already here. It's part of how the sun
Yeah.
works. It's part of the technology
Yeah.
that creates the sun.
Got, I've got an ISS question somewhere, but I think it's further on.
Mhm.
Now you want to sort of answer that one, don't you? About the equinox, etc. So the solstice, sorry.
Yeah, we'll get to
So,
them. Do them in the order,
yeah.
that you got the questions in.
How would you like to see Operation Rainbow Warrior grow? How would how would you like to see it grow? And I know we say everything will grow as it's meant to as well, so I get that. But you put it together for a reason. Would you like to elaborate on that reason?
Yes, the reason I made Operation Rainbow Warrior is it can include everyone in the world, because these rainbows are literally everywhere in the world. So it means anyone in any country, outdoors or indoors, you don't even have to go outside to do this, can help by capturing where the rainbows are and helping us put them on the map. And when we map them all, people's going to see a really big picture of where all the angels are. So that's an important one. It's probably the most important project because it's evidence and proof of what we've been saying all along. This technology resides below, and this is the signature of it, the rainbow. So that's why that one's important. And it's not just Operation Rainbow Warrior that's running, in case people thought we were just going doing with that now. It's not. We cover everything still. All the other avenues we're still going to be looking into and going further with them. Any decodes, I mean, obviously they're going to be connected now because everywhere this technology is, we're going to find a rainbow anywhere. And what that leads to is more research into these areas where we're finding them, like with your own discovery, Juniper's the star fort. We're starting to see an older picture here forming, aren't we? It's not just a modern thing. This has been going on a long time. People have been marking where this technology is for centuries, thousands of years. All the old markers are still here. These stone circles, your forts, your star forts, things like this. And up to modern times, churches and cathedrals, temples, pyramids, they're all location markers for angel technology. And that's what people, this is going to give people answers everywhere in the world for what they're looking at. Because don't you find it strange, all this sacred geometry in every country, and no one knows what any of it means anymore?
Well, the insult to our ancestors is just astounding. And, how they were presented as idiots in caves, babies, not being able to grow or decipher things. And it's very obvious looking at, the geometry that our ancestors were highly intelligent and tuned in to how the construct works. That's very obvious. So people, they will start discovering this and reinvesting again in the ancient knowledge. So, yeah,
it takes us back to our original roots. There is a creator, and now we know what the glory actually is. It's technology. It's always been technology. And back to that question again, why would they lie about the shape of the world? Because they want this. They want all this technology and the knowledge of it to themselves. So someone has copyrighted the creator's glory to themselves and monetized it, is what we're seeing. It's been monetized. We're paying bills for something that's actually free. Free and plentiful in this world.
Yeah.
It wasn't designed for that, was it? That's
I
enslavement.
don't believe so.
That's what I would call enslavement by taxation. But anyway, that's where Operation Rainbow Warrior is going, isn't it? We're going to awaken them to... There is free energy. It's everywhere. There always has been. The ether is moving free energy.
Absolutely. Now, when we're witnessing a rainbow, what are we really discovering?
When you see a rainbow, what you're seeing there is a torus field. The technology of the halo creates a torus field, and we see half of the sphere above ground, the other half obviously being below. And this torus field is what's they use to harness the electrical energy within the ether. They steer it and control the ether and guide it where it's needed and the flow. Like you'll notice with tornadoes and water spouts, it's not just in the air, it's water. Water and air are full of electricity, you know, different potentials of electric in different tiny, what they call atoms or particles. They've all got different electrical potential, and the way the angels manipulate that, that's the amazing science behind it. You would not think something like that was possible, but there it is, doing it every day outside your house. It's creating your own local weather and everything locally. So that's another beauty of Operation Rainbow Warrior. You can observe them in nature, and they're showing you how they create nature in your neighbourhood everywhere. Your winds, your rain, your snow,
Walking with
quakes.
angels every day.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't matter where you are in this world, you walk on sacred ground. It is sacred ground everywhere. It's not unique to one location, it's everywhere.
Yes.
And this is, part of a bigger picture. Remember, we're in a map that's got the north and south treaties and east and west date lines cut off from the known world to stop you accessing what's beyond there. So, these things are everywhere, and who knows how far out they go. We don't know. This might be a smaller part of something bigger. Our world, as we know it, could be part of something much, much larger.
The mind just boggles and expands. It's amazing. And I know we've had loads of conversations like this, but yeah, this is something that expands.
It opens the minds, it opens your mind. It's because that's what they've done. They've sealed people's minds off, removed the logic from their thinking by cartoons 24/7, what they call space, and all these agendas to hide this. The programming, it's all there. It's 24/7, constant. A globe in a classroom, things like that.
Yes.
It's all there to distract you from the reality. So this is what they've stolen from the world. They've stolen everyone's birthright. It's everyone's birthright to know how this world works, to know its true dimensions, which we'll probably never ever get, but it'd be fun exploring, wouldn't it? And who created it? We don't even know who the creator is. No one does. They may, maybe they never wanted to be known. I don't know.
Yeah, because the wonder would be, did our ancestors have any insight?
Well, you've got to be careful as well, because we could, if we start worshipping it, that makes us look very primitive. I think it's not there to be worshipped. Yes, they should be honoured for creating such an amazing world. I'm the first to admit that. It blows my mind. I'm in awe. But yeah, there was a going with that. That's one of those.
It's to be understood.
Sorry?
It's to be understood and caretake.
Yes. Well, yeah, it has to be. Yeah, you've got to be. I can't give it the words. I really can't. I'm lost for words on that part.
That's a new one.
I'm lost on them words. That's going to be mine. Started wandering and looked out the window, and I'm seeing the construct for what it is, and it's blowing me away every time I think about it. I can't stop. You can't stop. Yeah, yeah. I am in awe at the glory. I see the glory. I know what it is now. Because that's something you'll never find. Ask anyone, what is the glory to you? Has anyone shown you the glory or proven it? I don't think they have they?
No.
They don't even mention it. They just say the glory. Well, okay, what is it? Let's decode the glory. What is it? Yeah. Well, we know what it is now, don't we? It's technology. Yeah. The big secret. That's the big secret behind all of this. All the world's problems are because of this, of what they're trying to do with this.
Yes, and everyone around the world thinks that this is normal to be born into, and to generationally carry this taxation, this 9 to 5, this worry, this stress, this survival mode of empire trauma. And thankfully, someone in the world asked the right questions, and that was you. So, and then obviously your team gravitated towards you. So today is another opportunity, I think, to capture the minds of those that need to tap into our ancestral knowledge again.
Yes, yeah, they understood it and they used to teach it. They lived this. They lived this life. It was normal for them to know this and understand it. It's only a couple of thousand years ago that all changed.
Mm. And with time frames again, we don't know, do we, with anything?
Yeah,
So
well, the only thing we do know is the 400-year reset. So we can go back, jump back 400 years at a time. So it was either
yes.
2,000 years ago or less. I'm thinking.
Mm.
I'm thinking actually less than that.
Mm.
It's easy to add time onto calendars they create and things, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's been floating around for quite a long time. That those,
But that's when it all changed, when they reset the
Mm.
calendar. So however, whatever year that was, that's when all this changed. And I'm pretty sure they did invade just after the reset, which would make it easy to invade, wouldn't it?
Yes,
The, coun- the
vulnerability and
yeah, the
yeah,
country's on its knees and food supplies are short and all the rest of it.
yeah,
So that would be the best time to invade, which is, we're going into our reset now. Anyone invading now's got an upper hand, haven't they?
yeah. Yes, parasitic entity,
Yeah, if they're, to me, they take advantage of these resets, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing right now. They're getting things in place how they want them for after this reset.
totally, totally. I think
Hmm.
anyone around the world should be able to see that right now. Let alone anyone with using APMIs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it does,
But
you can see where it comes into politics and everything.
mm,
That's the amazing thing about this. It covers all the topics of the world. It does. It covers them all.
every tentacle is in every part of our lives.
Yeah, it is. And they're there 24/7 trying to erase history and book burn and all the rest of it to remove knowledge about this. That's what the agenda's been all along, is to remove all knowledge and information about this. They've invaded countries and destroyed their creation stories, stolen their codexes and burnt them, and we've helped them do it. Like Christians, they went to the States.
Soldiers.
Yeah, they went to the States, and what they're doing really is, how it works is this: after they invaded Britain, within a
Mm,
few hundred years, they'd invented religion and started indoctrinating people with that. So all knowledge of this that slowly but surely started getting eroded to the point where no one knew anything about this anymore.
mm.
And now they're beaten into submission with religion. And of course now you fight for that religion, and you're going to invade lands for that religion, and you install their system under that religion. That's what they've been doing. But religion's a
Yes.
lie. A religion is designed to hide this and steal the glory. Because what they've done with books is they've taken the angels, the technology we call the angels, and they personified them into books. And that's how people got so lost in this.
Indeed. I mean, religion has enveloped all the ancestral ways and converted them into that ingrained worship that you're just talking about and literal personifications. But they do pose a stumbling block for many who discover the APM research,
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
And not just that, they've got the royals as well, because that's another invention.
yeah,
Where the royals fit into it, well, they're just the modern day Caesars. They still work for the same company.
another control form,
Yes.
another taxation, another authority,
Hmm.
another branch for people to get on their knees for.
Also used in wars for king and country or queen and country, isn't it? The
Yes.
people will fight for the tribe, they'll fight for their king.
Hmm.
I think it's time people started fighting for the creator and what they stood for.
Yes, and their family.
Yes. Yeah, the creator stood for all things good. That's what this world's given us. This is the guy. We walk in the Garden of Eden, and they've turned it into a bloody war zone.
That's right. This is a
All this
perfect,
division and
perfect world.
divide and conquer that they keep doing. your lefts and rights, your Catholics, your Protestants, your blacks, your whites, you name it. These people are causing lots of trouble between these groups that they invented. You know, in most cases, they invented these divides.
Yes, they
There was
did.
no divides before then, but now everything's been divided. And before they invaded, the world was clearly quite a safe and nice place to live. You know, you'll find artifacts in different countries that came from the other side of the map. And you think, well, how did that get there? Obviously, they were trading or something. Yeah, we were
Yes.
just trading like people do today still. But
Yeah, there was
someone wants total control over all of this. And they want to
they
play
call
with
it
it.
a
You
fear
know,
factor.
they want to play with it.
Mm.
You know, they're playing God with the Creator's glory. The technology. They're playing God with it now.
Yeah, they have been for a long time, for sure, using us to do it. Now, going back to the religious beliefs, there's been a few questions put forward. So, how would you decode Jesus for those that have inquired?
Jesus was an invention by Rome to personify the sun. The sun's halo system, as you know, it's part of it. The halo that you see us in our recordings that people send in. That is Jesus, the sun itself. There's lots of different ways you can decode that as Jesus. I've seen other people do it in different ways, but to me, that is just a personification of the sun. You know, in your Bible, it will tell you the Son of God. Well, the word God, if you look in your Bible, means light. So it's the Son of light it's talking about. And it'll tell you, you know, Jesus walks on water. Well, that's the sun's reflection. There's lots of ways you can look at this and put it, you know, now you know there's technology involved. You've got to look, well, how do they hide all this and personify it? You know, what they're doing is personifying it to hide it. And this is where scholars are today still. They're trying to personify technology. They're doing it back to front. They don't realise yet, but that's what they're actually doing. They're trying to turn technology into personifications and make stories out of it that didn't exist.
Well, the AI story, isn't it? That, you know, it's going to have a brain of its own, and it's, you know, it's going to overtake the world like Terminator. But
Yeah.
it's being programmed, you
Mhm.
know. So it's always that it's not our fault. Shirking, you know, the wizard behind the curtain
One
scenario,
thing
and they push religion and monarchies and
One thing they've all got in common, these religions, you'll find there's always a scene with a lady with a child being breastfed. That's the sun in a rejuvenation state, recharging. These are different ways they depicted this story of how this world works. You know, that one would come from, say, Egypt, Isis and Ra. This is where the ISS in the sky gets its initials from. It's Isis. Because Isis is the female halo, which is Eve. And Ra is the male halo, Adam. So it's always a male and female connection going on. And together, they birthed Jesus, the light that we call the sun. That's my decode of how they create the sun. This is this technology doing it, and in them times in Egypt, there was Isis and Ra. Well, you know, it'd be Mary and Jesus. There's another way of saying it. Mary's the big halo. Jesus is the light. They're forgetting the father, which, I mean, it says Mary was a virgin, doesn't it? So, but there has to be a father. In this case, it's Adam, the technology that we call Adam, the smaller halo. That has to play a part in this. You can't, you know, this is a male and female scenario going on. It's a male and female creation story. It's all male and female energies. Electromagnetism is what it is.
well, absolutely. That's why they're trying to dismantle it. I mean, what other parallels have religions got? You know, with personifications, for instance.
The saints, what the Vatican's doing is that all of the saints that they turn into saints are actually, you know, like churches and certain things. They'll have a name and a male or female name. They're actually location markers over the technology below them. The node markers, like a church would be a marker of a node under that location.
Yes.
So they're all marking angel rooms in the underworld where these halos are below us. And I call them halos. What they are is in a big electromagnetic coil. This is what the real technology is and what it's doing. It's a big, huge electromagnetic coil. And you can either have it magnetic or electric or both. You know, they can run independent of one another. So there's different ways, you know, there's different ways and workings of them. Like in winter, Adam's obviously not running in winter because we've no heat, so the electric's not there. So we get all the coolness from Eve's halo. The female halo provides the cold in the winter and the water. You know, she divides the matter. Her role is dividing matter, which is the female role in life. You know, you divide eggs in your ovaries, you know, divide and multiply. This is creation. This technology creates, and we're no different. You know, I'm an Adam, you're an Eve. This is how humans recreate. It's programmed into us. And the technology is no different, really. When you know, this is where you get these words like the sex and all these names and sexes and things in holy books. It's talking about the sex of what these are doing, not what people are doing. You have to, with holy books, remove people completely from the equation. This is about the Creator's glory that's been personified. So you have to take people out that completely out of the equation. You've got to look at the book. These are stories of this technology is being named this, and this is their story. You know, the Bible is a mishmash of probably 144,000 other books. Because I would say there's going to be one book for each angel. There has to be. If not, there should be. Because it was probably
Like
torn.
a manual.
Well, yeah, you know, it's the human's guide to the construct. You know, all this stuff was being taught in ancient times. You know, you look at, it doesn't matter what we look at, any topic we look at, ancient or even modern, it all relates to this same topic. It all goes back to
You've
this
got
technology.
Muhammad, Buddha, Shiva, Moses, Noah, the Morrigan, the Dagda, you know, my culture, and on it goes. And they're all references to deposits of nature or processes of nature, aren't they?
Yes,
And the
nature's
creation process, every single one of them.
creators angels. They're the angels of creation. These are the creators tools, and they create our nature. 24/7 they're running. Well, some of them. Not all, but yeah, you know, there are cycles and timed events.
Yes. Now, our ancestral wisdoms as well have been labelled now today as paganism in parts of the world. Like, I'm Irish, so you know, everyone says you're pagan if you're looking at your ancestral knowledge and understandings, or folklore or mythology, and on it goes. You know,
Yeah, they don't want you to look at what we used to believe in before they arrived.
exactly. Yeah. Now, how closely are they connected to the religious teachings? Would you say, example, the naming of saints, which you've just spoken about,
No,
but
no
the
difference.
hijacking of. Sorry.
Yeah, they're no different. They're all just using different names. All they've done is called them saints and carried on with the story. They've turned them into personified them into saints, and now people think that's all about people when it never was.
No.
I can't see any reference to people when I decode it looking for technology. All I'm seeing is technology and different names it's been given to, you know, explain its process or what it's doing, or it's a male energy or a female energy. It depends what you're looking at. But it's all to do with that. All the sacred geometry, glyphs, legends, myths, it all decodes the same. It's all the same thing. And what you'll find in the Bible, especially if you listen to Mauro Bellino's work, the Vatican translator, he used to translate. In 2017, he was telling the world then, the angels are technology. He called them robots. You could see, he was decoding, translating technology from Old Testament. So Old Testament is not a religion. It's the human's handbook to this technology. And it's being converted from that into holy books. And Mauro Bellino is telling the world what he's telling them and decoding for them is not being put in these holy books. So they're completely removing the technological process away from the books. Which is, I've said that in the past, they have to be doing that. They're hiding it. And this is how they do it.
Creating the worship. Yeah.
Yeah, they've turned it into worship, which, makes us look a bit primitive and that. The Creator would not want you on your knees praying over them. That is very primitive. That would probably be insulting to them. They didn't create this to force you on your knees to worship them. What kind of a creator would that be? No, this is a creator that shows love. They clearly recognise the our intelligence.
And
They've been,
individuality.
yeah, they've created us as beings with this construct, and the creator's handiwork created all of this. And yeah, how can you dispute that? Knowing what you know now and how the process actually works with this technology. So it plays a very big part in us being created. Everything is reliant on this technology.
Yeah. Expand the mind, open the eyes,
Yep, everything in this world relies on this technology to function and work. Every living being.
Do you think there's a simple technique to decoding that everyone can apply when looking at religious texts or creation stories, for instance? That simple technique, like, what would you answer them?
There probably is, because when I haven't gone through all the complete pile of books that you would have to go through once I found it, I knew what I was looking for, and I didn't really pursue going down them routes any further in holy books. I didn't need to, because I'd already decoded
Male,
it
female,
before. Sorry.
male and female electric.
Yeah, it's going to be. I knew there's just going to be more of that, isn't it? So yeah,
that's my go-to.
So I would say look at our work and then read your book again.
Yeah.
Read the book again, it'll make a lot more sense. And you realise, Morabiliano told the world this. He said, there's more than one God in the Bible. He can see many gods in the Bible. So is that not pagan? It is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as pagan. They're talking about, the Creator's glory is multiple gods of the underworld. That's what it's really meaning. There's multiple,
Yes.
there's many.
Creators.
But they're the creator
With
gods.
creation.
Yeah, the ancients called them creator gods of the underworld and names like that. And so they're 100% correct. That's what they're doing. That obviously it's technology and it doesn't deserve the name God, in maybe a little g. But that's whatever the creator originally called them. Them names are probably long lost and gone. We don't, because the angels probably weren't the original name. These are more modern terminologies that we're looking at, because over time, I suppose they've had to develop the vocabulary to explain these themselves. Like you find in the Old Testament, you find broken bits, like in the Book of Enoch. You find bits and pieces, and then it'll go on to something else, and you think, well, no, I wanted to read more of that, but there's no more information on it. Where did it go? It probably did exist, and it's been chopped out of that, hasn't it?
Well, it's being stored somewhere, probably.
Or it was being taken wrong and removed. If you don't realise what you're looking at and it doesn't make sense, people might start removing it out of the book because they're going to say, well, that doesn't make any sense, but only because you don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So be cautious. What's been put in there has been manipulated and modified to hide this, clearly. There's no other conclusion.
Translation,
You can't come to any other conclusion, can you, with religion, other than it's been designed to hide this. By personifying the glory.
Story. Yeah.
Yeah. There's truth in there, but it's not about people. It's about the Creator's glory. It's about this world and how it works. That Bible is the user's manual on how this world works and the technologies in the underworld and what they do. But it's been personified and lost into stories. So, how far into that can you read and get more out of it? I didn't want to waste any time on that because I don't think I needed to. We've already found what we're looking for.
Yeah. We've been done dirty.
And, there's plenty of other avenues we can go down to prove that, like all the sciences exist in this. All the sciences of our world exist in this, and the sciences in there people don't know about yet.
Yeah, more revelations.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any references to creation stories within the APM model from England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales that you'd like to decode? Or is there anything that stood out to you at all? Maybe your heritage that you know of or anything?
What I would like to do is get a person from each of those nations and have them do it. I'll help them decode it and show them what it is, but I would like a person from each to do it. We have 14 members, one covers each country.
Yeah, I'm on Ireland.
Well, I was just going to say, there's another divide, isn't there? Bloody hell, islands.
You knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, we need one for North Ireland and one. Well, no, Ireland's one country. Forget this divide that they've put there. Chuck that religion and all that divide away a minute, right? All you Irish people, your land's been created by the Creator's glory. That's it. It shaped it into what it is today. That's what's sacred to you. That land is sacred to you. That's what you're defending and protecting. It's not what's on the surface, people. It's what's below. That's important. So that's what you're defending, ultimately. Now you know it exists.
Absolutely. And so you're going to put that call out there if anybody wants to look at their creation stories, or
yes, someone from England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and any other country can join if they want. Oh, they've all got creation stories and they all decode the same. So one from each nation. Step forward, come and learn what you can, and we'll show you how to decode what you're looking at. And you can tell the story. You could probably do local tours on where they are, couldn't you? They're everywhere.
You could. You could add quite a lot to your own video. Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, go as far as you want with it.
So I'm pretty sure everyone that looks into this. And there's another thing. There's a lot of Irish people in our Discord. There's a lot of Irish. Who says the Irish are slow? They're the quickest off the mark. They really are. Yeah. You're switched on. That's a good thing. You're all switched on. It's hard to find people that switched on. In this world today. Most people are walking around switched off.
I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that we had nothing to do with the empire.
Yeah, so. The good thing is you despise the empire the same as everyone else probably does, and yeah, and you hang on to what's dearest, your ancestors' knowledge and information and glyphs and tales and stories, because they're true. They're just about this technology. Yeah. So that's anyone from any of them nations. Step forward, please, and come and join in. Let's decode this and show the world what it's all about. You want to change the world? This is your moment.
Perfect. Now we're going on to space, and we've been led to believe that space is just out there, beyond our reach, meaningless to us on Earth, but also a fantastical aspiration for us to explore. Successfully brought to the world by NASA and other space programs, and financed by us, the people, as per normal. Question here would be, the first one would, what does NASA really investigate, FPV?
Yeah, good question. I think I've mentioned this before. I think NASA's real role is care and maintenance of this technology and helping, locate it, reverse engineer it and such. That's what I think their real role is, because it's not been spent in cartoon space, which we know is just cartoons and nonsense and flashy graphics and things. That's all space is, I was going to say this topic isn't going to last long, but why, this is what people need to realise. It is the common denominators. If these people are connected, if your country is connected to a space agency or attachments to one, if it's got nuclear energy, and if it's got particle accelerator ambitions or technology, they're working together with these other people, because these all relate to the Creator's glory. All those three topics are there to hide the Creator's glory and steal it and reverse engineering it. This is what's really going on, and the science world's starting to notice this now as well.
Yes.
This is not new technology they're playing with. It's been here forever. It's been here since nature's inception, is how I word it now.
Another gatekeeping, another research branch, another let's cast the net.
Well, the space part of it, see, they have to try and take the credit for things that's happening in the heavens. They have to say, oh no, that's us, that's one of ours, when it isn't. They can't do that. So they're lying to the public. They're taking the public's money, making cartoons, or like the ISS, the people floating around on harnesses and using green screens and augmented reality contact lenses and 3D models and you name it. It's just theatre. The,
How's it really being manipulated? The whole ISS, you know, um, spoof. I mean, how are they specifically
there's
manipulating?
different ways they can do it. You know, like if you see a scene where they're floating in space, well, that's just an aircraft in a parabolic dive. They dive and climb, and you get positive and minus G's, and that lets the passengers in the rear, they'll float around, which is what you see them doing. They're floating around in between scenes when the plane's climbing and diving, so that's easy to fake. Then you've got all the technology fakes going on, like like holding something in the hand that's floating like a ball of water or something. But it's graphics. It's not real. It's not in front of the hand. You know, there's loads and loads of channels out there always highlighting the mistakes they make and how easy it is to debunk them.
It's being exposed left, right, and centre. Yes.
Yes, you know,
Yes.
so this is these people just pretending to be up there, pretending to be doing things and looking busy, but they're just faking what the light in the sky has been them when it's not. It's part of this technology doing what it's always done.
Robin Hoods.
Worse.
Yeah, they don't give to the poor.
I mean, the charge sheet is going to. We haven't got a
Maybe
printer.
I should.
We haven't got enough paper to do the charge sheet, officer.
No, it's the sheriff of Sherwood that I should have said. That's the sort of entity we're dealing with. Yeah.
Yeah. Being so far, how deep the lie goes, where the money's being, that people should think that now. Where's the money really getting spent then? Well, it's all getting spent below, because remember, they're now saying they've got 30,000 particle accelerators, which we know to be 30,000 angels of the Creator's glory, that they're now saying they own and create and built, which they didn't.
Dolan.
Yeah, they're already
Yeah.
here. That's why Operation Rainbow War is important. We can put rainbows on the map somewhere before they go down below and pretend they're building something there, like a particle accelerator, because we're going to say, well, no, it's already there. We can see the rainbow. Sorry, you're lying. We've already mapped it, mate. Sorry. You see how important this program is, Operation Rainbow Warrior.
Absolutely.
We can put rainbows on the map and know where they are before they even think they're going there to steal them and pretend they're building one below there. Because that's what it's going to show. It's going to show us where they all are.
the next heading would be astrology and the luminaries, which I'm sure you'll explain for anybody that doesn't know what a luminary is in APM eyes, what it equates to in the mainstream. Planets, basically, is what I meant. So,
Yeah.
but the questions are would be what are the heavens? What's your description of the heavens?
The heavens. It's I would call it the upper ether, where other things are taking place. You know, there's different layers of angels and some are using high altitude and some at medium and some at low altitudes. So I would say it's that's what the high voltage is. That's, you know, the higher you go, the voltage increases, and that's because we're getting closer to the halos of Adam. Adam's the electric, remember. So the closer we get to electro, the more electrical potential there is in the ether. Now, how that works is what the angels are doing in the ether. I'm probably sidetracking here from the question, but what they do in the ether is the angels in the upper atmosphere are basically channeling down to the ones in the lower atmosphere high energy potential electric through like the vortexes of tornadoes and such. This is your sprites and your tornadoes working together. These are angels working together at different altitudes. They send in the high potential voltage down, and the low potential replaces it as it goes up, and then that gets reprogrammed as high potential voltage again. So it's an ongoing cyclic process of what they're doing in the heavens. Now,
Cosmic exchange.
and we don't know how high they actually go. There's another thing. We've no idea on what height these stop operating at. We don't know, their ceiling of operation. We don't know the true ceiling yet. And man can probably not get anywhere near it because of electrical discharges and heat and other things going on. So man's limited on how far up they can send things.
Yeah, one's video was fantastic, revealing the atmospheres going up, and there are some questions related to that.
Do you have any questions on, the star signs and things like that coming up? Because I could add them now if you like.
Go for it. Just allow it flow.
Yeah, the birth signs. What I realised when I was doing the seasons work, the work for the sun to create the calendar across the grid that we're using, I realised that the star signs are actually the gates. This is what they're tied to, the gates. They're not tied to something in the sky. They're tied to a physical location in the east, where the luminaries come from. And if you look at our seasons video, you'll see there's 12 gates shown on it, and the sequence and angles of them are what create what we call our seasons. And what it does, it gives the north a season and the south a season. Well, actually, the seasons in the north, and then it switches to the south and gives them their summer as we're getting winter. So you've got two equal but opposite things going on with the seasons, north and south of the equator. Mm-hmm. That is by design. That's, the globe has to explain this by saying there's a wobble. It wobbles a bit and it makes the sun go back the other way, and then it wobbles and it goes back the way again. Well, that's not really what's happening, is it? No, there's a lot more going on with the sun. If you watch our seasons video, you'll see how we map it crossing the world, and it crosses the map epicycling. And then you'll see we've added the return path for it to come back, because it has to get back to east to start again for the next sunrise. Mm-hmm. So for 10 months of the year, it's crossing during the day, illuminated, and returning in a standby state, switched off, ready to get back to the start position for the next sunrise. That's the light we're seeing in the sky. It returning is part of this technology making its way back. Now Jimbo's decode of this, I showed Jimbo this, and he knew the technological terminology for it. And he said, this is a sweepback transformer and flyback killer. I says, explain that a bit more. I'd heard it before, but I didn't look into it. It didn't mean much to me. So he explained it to me. It sweeps the sun across, Gets to a certain point, then it suppresses the light, and then it flies back as fast as possible to get back to the start position again, which made sense to me. Now I know what I'm looking at, because it goes slow across east to west, and it returns very, very fast west to east as that light they're trying to call the ISS. So that's the sweep-back transformer and flyback killer. And like I said, that does that for 10 months a year, because June and December are the solstices. What happens then, we've got 24-hour sun in the north and the south, one in June and one in December. The December one hasn't been proven, but there is some globes coming up with something currently, but they're going to fake it, because they're going to be looking at the sun on the 14th. Well, that's not the solstice. It has to be after the 22nd of December to catch it doing the 24-hour sun. Now, I've always said it does that in the south, in the Antarctic. We just can't see it because Antarctica's coastlines, I think it's 300 foot tall or something. So you'd never see it in the distance beyond that, whereas in the north, you can see the glow in the north going across the horizon.
Yeah.
From, a certain latitude, you can see that. So it has to happen in the south. When people look at the configuration of our map and grid, they'll see it's exactly the same in the south as it would be in the north, only it just mirrors it. It's kind of a mirroring what's going on in the north. Why wouldn't it? It's symmetrically perfect for doing it.
Yes, a complete balance.
And
Mirrored.
and of course, these are the solstice markers which our ancestors had calendars for. What it's telling them is the sun's reached its north. Say it was the northern 24-hour sun, which is currently ongoing now. Once it's reached this position, it's telling you by doing this 24-hour sun, the sun's reached its farthest north point that it's going to go. It's going to do 24-hour sun for a month, and it's going to return back south again down the gates each month. That's what it's doing. Same applies in December. Does the same. It's to let the south know, 24-hour sun cycles there. Obviously, there's another reason it's doing this. It's not just to let us know where the sun is. We know where it is. And we know the solstice is the 24-hour sun. So there has to be a reason why the sun's doing this 2 times a year. We'll have to look into that deeper at some point. Why is this mechanism going north and south to do this? There has to be another reason for it to me. There's probably something else going on we're not looking at yet.
Yeah, why is it rested there? Is it collecting energy? Is it giving energy? Is there something, gathering going on, or a reset type clock, mechanism? I mean, it's vast, isn't it, to even think about? I know your brain is probably thinking, well, yeah, I've got much better ideas than that, but everyone else's brain is like, yes, let's think about this.
Yeah. Well, you have to. You've got to go down these avenues. We know it exists. We know what it's doing. What's the reason it's doing it? Why is it doing that? You have to ask yourself. Yeah, we know it's doing it, but why is it doing it? So those questions have to be answered as well. Is there a specific reason it does that in the north and south? Other than, it can't just be to let us know it's 24-hour sun and it's going to start going back the other way, because I'm pretty sure humans would figure that out after a few seasons.
Yes.
So there's another reason there why they do this, and I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't given it a lot of deep thought, but one day I'll then maybe work a bit more of that out. Why does it go north and south? That's the beauty of this research, isn't it? It never ends. This is never going to end, and you'll never find everything and prove everything. It's an impossible task for anyone.
Yeah, unless the creator of whoever or whatever that is.
Yeah, you can't preempt the creator. You can't try and guess what the creator's plan is, because you don't know it. You won't see it. The cycles here that probably haven't even started yet.
And everything is codependent. That's what's coming around. That you see constant spirals of things, but it's the synchronicities. It's everything has its place, its time, its purpose in this construct.
It does.
And so, and obviously APM have done vast research into the construct and what's going on behind the scenes with the parasite people.
Yeah.
But it that bigger picture, I mean, my understanding is that you really do see, like into the TARDIS, but the rest of us don't. So, there has to be people that come to the table to extend this knowledge for you.
Yeah,
You know,
that's another thing. I'm hoping people from the science community start getting in touch.
yeah.
Seeker from our Discord's already sent an email to Judy Woods. So fingers crossed that she gets back in touch and we can have a little chat. And as you've seen
Yes,
with some of the
definitely.
memes I've made, I made a meme for the tribes to my west.
Hmm.
They should recognise the sacred geometry in there and my decodings of what it really is connected to, and that's their birthright. And there's an invite for them. I want to have counsel with the tribes because I've got information they need to complete their creation stories.
Yes, you do. Going off quilter a little bit there, talking about the ancestral knowledge and things. The Druids, for instance, which they're called in Ireland, it would be Dre, but they're the people that were everyone associates that held a knowledge, whatever, priest-like thing. You can equate it to, or a teacher, or whatever.
Hmm.
And this is also linked with the British monarchy. Okay. So, they have their ceremonies and the Freemasonry thing. It's very Druid-like, a lot of this ritual stuff that they've incorporated. And I'm not saying our ancestors were necessarily doing it, but do you think they've possibly, like I've said about sort of tribal elders and things, maybe knowing some things but not all, or hiding some knowledge because of their own safety for their own, future tribe and things like that. And, do you think our ancestors, for instance, the Celts, the Irish, whatever, were hijacked, swept in, and sort of working against, our own ancestors these days?
Well, what we do know is, when the Romans invaded, they invaded somewhere in South England, and they thought that was it. That would be Britain conquered. But then they realised Britain wasn't actually being run from England. It was being run from Anglesey in Wales, which was the Druids. It was coming from the Druids. They were the mind of Britain, not just Britain. This actually spread far into Europe. The reach of the Druids and the teachings. A lot of it was coming from Wales. And it doesn't look like they've done to Wales what they've done to other places, but when you look at like coinage, you will not see the Welsh dragon on coins. When you look at certain coins, you'll see the harp from Ireland, you'll see the rampant lion from Scotland, you'll see England's lions, but you won't see anything
Yes,
from Wales. You just see two sets of England lions.
that's
So yeah,
right.
when
This is
they've stolen everything from Wales and assumed the position of being the teacher, but now they only teach it to those they want to teach it to, it seems.
yes.
They've copyrighted, haven't they? They stole it and copyrighted it, hijacked it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing anyway. And I'm pretty sure people in Wales are noticing, where's the Welsh flag and the Union Jack?
There's definitely something with Wales. We've had that
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. And there is a Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales is not a person. The Prince of Wales is an angel in the underworld.
Yeah.
The real Prince of Wales is an angel below Cardiff.
There you go.
A very
No.
that one plays a very important role. That's why it's called a prince in modern times. In ancient times it'll have been some other name, other title. Names and titles change, but the technology just keeps doing what it's designed to do. Like clockwork, isn't it? It just ticks over doing what it does.
Yeah.
Did that answer the question? Because I can't remember what the question was now.
We sort of started with the heavens, and then I went off onto a tangent, didn't I, about druids?
Right,
So
yeah.
sorry about
We're on about the luminaries, yeah. So luminaries, a quick jump back to luminaries. The stars are nodes on halos.
that was my question. Yeah.
Yeah, because
What are stars and what are they made of?
they're actually technology. What you see in the sky is an effect from technology below. It's not physically in the sky, the technology, but its effects and visual representations are in the sky. So what we're seeing in the sky are effects from technology in the underworld. If you look on our map and grid, you'll see 6 concentric circles. These circles have nodes on them, and they're what create the stars. Well, you see, they're actually seeing various nodes on halos. That's what stars are. So you've seen.
What are they made of?
Well, the entity in the sky is it's the spirit of the real thing in the underworld. You know, electromagnetism is elevated in there, and it's rotating them. It's given that rotational appearance.
Yes.
An east to west rotation. It's actually west to east, but going so fast we perceive it to be east to west. Is what I.
Wagon wheel effect.
Yeah, you know, I've decoded that before, and that's what we're really seeing. So we're seeing the effects of this technology, and its pivot points are the north and south poles. So it's kind of like, you know, imagine if people haven't seen our 144,000 video where I've done an animation of this. You could, you know, imagine a hamster ball that you're running inside of, and the 2 sides of it are on a pivot. That would be your north and south poles, so it's making the ball revolve east to west, isn't it? That's kind of what the stars are doing. You know, remove the ball but keep the stars. It's still doing the same motion. It's revolving. And one easy way to explain that to people, you know, they talk about star rotation being different in the south to the north. They're not. They're all revolving the same direction. This is what the globe needs to survive. It needs to put an opposite rotation in the south. Well, there isn't one. Because the easiest way to explain it to someone, simply face west. Now look right to your north, and now get your arm and follow Polaris's rotation, which is counterclockwise. So your arm should be rotating counterclockwise. You can copy this as well, Junipers. You do it as well. So you got your right arm rotating counterclockwise. So it's like a half of a swimming motion, isn't it? You're swimming with one arm. Your arm should be doing that, revolving that direction, which, you know, back to front, you got west in front of you, east behind you, so it's revolving east to west. Now look south to your left, and now copy the southern star trail rotations. Well, they revolve clockwise. So okay, both arms should now still be moving in a swimming motion, like the butterfly stroke or the front crawl, east to west. Show me the opposite rotation in that. There isn't any. They're both revolving the same way.
Same way.
Aren't they?
I think, yeah.
You can't do it any other way. That's what the stars in the north and south are doing, and the ones above you are doing exactly the same. They're going east to west, visually. So that's an easy way to show you there is no counter rotation of stars in the south. And all you were doing was mimicking what the star trails in the north and south would actually do.
Do they return the same way, in the same way as the luminaries, sort of, because they're on a halo? Do they return?
Good question,
You know,
because, you know, what happens in the underworld? Do they switch off in the underworld as they go through the underworld? Because that revolution has to be a full circle to come back up again for the next night. That's a good question, and something we can't answer. We don't know if they shut down, or does it just keep doing it, and somewhere down in the underworld they're going through the underworld as well.
Yeah.
We don't actually,
That-
you know, we can't answer that, but it's a good question. You know, do they shut down as well as the other luminaries do, and it just carries on again? I don't know. Without exploration, I think I'd be struggling to answer that one. I can't prove that they shut down at night or not.
How many luminaries assist in maintaining and sustaining the creation process, would you say? How many have you identified, and do you think there's more? Or
Luminaries?
yes, we know we
Um,
have the sun and the moon that you've
Well,
decoded.
there's other things we have to factor in now because of this technology. Being technology that elevates, there's going to be things above this technology in the sky, above its effects in the sky, that's also stuck there as well.
Yeah.
Because this technology's not just moving around; it's creating matter as it's moving. You know, you're shooting stars and things. That's matter being produced by this technology, and it's just literally falling out of the sky. That's what you're seeing. You're shooting stars and meteors and things like that. This is matter being produced by this technology in the atmosphere, and it's just dropping out the sky, and we're calling them shooting stars. It's, you know, it's part of the creation process. I forgot what the question was now. But yeah, that's what
how many luminaries assist in maintaining and sustaining the creation
the
process?
stars are all rotating as one unit when you look at it. You know, you do that with your arms, what I showed you. They're all operating as one unit, the stars. All of them are operating as one unit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
something is controlling all of them at the same time.
I always imagine it like, you know, like we used to play skip rope sort of thing. One person would hold that end of the rope and somebody would hold the other end, and then you just rotate, and then, you know, I always imagine the stars.
That's perfect. Yeah, a skipping rope. That's perfect the way of doing it. You know, you're skipping. That's exactly what the stars are doing. That's perfect. I don't know why I didn't use the skipping rope. That's even easier than using the arms. Let's get a skipping rope. Start skipping. That's what your stars are doing. And you'll notice that your hands have to work in unison, so there's no counter rotation of arm there, is there, to emulate what the stars are doing? Excellent.
And the stars are on that rope, and if there's multiple ropes, you know, sort of thing, that's how I.
Yeah, well, the 6 that I've all overlaid on the grid, you know, there might be even more than that. We don't know what's beyond what we've got anyway. There might be more outside of that, and that's why there appears to be even more up there than what you would imagine just coming from 6. But until someone tells me how many star trails are in between Polaris and Polaris Australis in the south, if you can count the star trails from there to there, that'll give you a number. Now double it, and that'll tell you how many nodes we've got on that halo. I know it's going to be a lot. But yeah.
How long do you think it would take us?
Well, no one's ever told me that number, so, and I haven't got the time to sit there counting them. But you know, there's not just one set is the thing. You know, I've added 6 there that do the same kind of process. They all have to be in the same kind of process. If they're all running at the same time, I'm not sure. There might just be one running at the moment. There might be more to see yet, or less. That's the beauty of this. You know, there's still surprises to come.
Exactly. Yeah, revelation.
Yeah.
Can you give an insight into the roles of each luminary? Like, you know, I know the sun and the moon that you can start your decodes with, and you may have some more info on other luminaries. You may not, but
well, they've all got secondary processes going on. Yeah, you know, the sun, it gives us daylight and such, but it's also producing, you know, elements and things off the elemental chart, and it'll be a certain frequency that they're producing them at. So they're all working together, but they're all doing completely different roles and processes, it seems to me. They look the same technology, but each one of them is doing something different. Now, you can go back to the main, the gods of the main creation story, because it tells you in there, you know, the 7 gods that were always at war with each other, but one day they decided to work together because they realised together they can create. And that's a lovely creation story, because that's what they're all doing. They're all creating and stitching this world together. And, you know, we need to identify what role is each one doing in, you know, in the ether and in the underworld, and even in the heavens, I suppose. You know, they're all doing something very special connected to creation. They're not just ornaments. They're all doing, you know, something important.
elements.
Yeah,
Mainly.
yeah. All the elements and things like that have to come into it. They create the elements. So, you know, which ones are creating which, and at what locations. All this has to come into it, and not just them ones. They're the moving ones. Then you've got all the rainbows local everywhere. They're all doing the same kind of processes.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot going on, isn't there? A lot more than meets the eye. You wouldn't,
it's
you know, you can look outside and think, well, all that's going on, but I'm not seeing it with my eyes. Well, until you start decoding the rainbows, you're not going to see anything. You've got to decode your local rainbows and watch how they create your weather and things. Then you can get a better idea of how this world works.
the watchers, huh?
Yeah, watch them. Watch them, study them. That's what we tell people. You go out and study your rainbows. There's most of them that meets the eye. you know, we might find even more information using the Rainbow Warrior program, because people are coming to it with new ideas and new avenues of exploration might just start appearing, and even better, you know, we go further. But we can only go
Yeah.
so far, remember, because you know, we're going to get to a point where we run out of things to decode, which might take 1,000 years. That it's going to take a long time. But we can never know all this. That's the beauty of it. I don't want to know all this. I know I can't know all this. It's impossible to know all this. There's too much. I'm quite happy with what I've learned already, and that is a tremendous amount.
And would you say that our brains can hold all that info?
Oh yeah,
Or is it our
easy.
heart?
Easy. Very easy. It surprises me how much can be stored in the human mind. It really does.
Massive processors.
But when you find this, you know, you can now cut out the bullshit. All the bullshit just vanishes. So you can get rid of that out of your brain and make some room for the good stuff, can't you?
Yeah, the
Because
synapse.
currently, cradle to grave, our minds are getting filled with bullshit. So time to shovel that out and get the good stuff in, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We need to, you know, reabsorb what our ancestors knew, find out what they teach. Everything like that has to come back, because that was when everything was sacred and pure.
Connections. Finding those connections again, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
we've got to unite to do it, people. Put your differences aside and come and work with us.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We'll guide you to, you know, what we'll do is like we do with anyone that joins us, we'll guide them to where they can start doing this themselves, and they can teach their friends, and the whole world will know about it in quick time.
It's standing in your own power. Learning, you know, the fact that, or relearning the fact that you're your own powerhouse, and that, you know, you shouldn't be looking elsewhere to find the knowledge of this earth. You know, I don't mean with APM, I mean, you know, looking at sycophantic worship, even to government or whatever. But yeah, everybody needs to stand on their own 2 feet and own this, don't they? They need to start
yes.
owning it.
They need to take ownership of this. It's your birthright, people.
Yeah.
We're fighting for you and the Creator. That's what we're doing. This is what we're about. This, for us, this is decoding this, live research, decoding investigation into how this world works and who created it. That's the most important thing to know and look into, in my opinion. Not Tartari and things like this. No, this is the most important thing. Who created this and how it works, and why has it been hidden from us? Not just hidden, why has it been stolen from us? This is our birthright.
Yeah.
People want free energy. We've already got it. Just stop paying your bills. Because
Yes.
this electric is free. It's already here.
Mm-hmm.
And man doesn't own it. Who dares take ownership of this?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you've got them. You cannot take ownership of
Water
this.
in the air now. Yeah.
You can't reverse engineer this and just take ownership of it. Sorry, this is not yours. This is the Creator's, and that's something very precious and sacred to everyone, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Wanted to know how the sun produces heat, and does it permeate from below in a rising fashion? But I know you were saying about the heat.
Yeah, they emit cold and heat. Plus, you know, it's induction and conduction. You've got induction taking place and conduction. It's the induction that creates the heat, just like your induction stove on a cooker.
Okay,
That's
so you turn it.
Eve is the inductor and Adam's the conductor.
Okay.
So between them, they do that magical mix of electromagnetism. That's where the heat comes from. Like I said earlier, you know, Adam creates the heat. The electric is what's creating the heat.
And what do they do when they're together?
Probably create lightning. They create lightning.
yeah.
Yeah, you know, well, they create the sun, actually. You know, if you want to see how bright a spark they can create, just look at the sun, because that is produced from the fusion reaction of Adam and Eve's positive and negative electric. That is electricity arcing out onto a steel ball down below. That's, well, some type of metal ball, I'm assuming steel. But whatever it is, it's going to be glowing white hot, and its spirit has been elevated into the sky. So there is heat above and below.
Okay.
Because Eve below, you know, that's conduction. The sun is an Adam and Eve technology. They all are, you know, well, as far as we know they are. But yeah, it's a male-female relationship going on.
Yes, yin and yang.
That's them.
Does the sun energize the moon during an eclipse of the sun?
That's a good question. Yeah. Does the sun energize the moon during an eclipse? Well, the moon's currently in a return back east state when we're not seeing it. Saying that, it can go west as well as east, depending on its cycle, of course. But does it energize it? That's a good question. The moon, from what I can make out, any energy the sun isn't using, the moon gets. Because like at night time, I think it was mentioned in the book of Enoch, you know, the sun gives part of its light to the moon. So that's telling me the moon gets some energy for when the sun's not using it. You know, it's not actually physically transferred into it. It can use the energy from the ether that the sun would normally be using. So you look at the sun, look at the moon during the day. You don't see it illuminated like you do at night. So it is self-illuminating at night. They all self-illuminate. Yeah, but does it charge it? I don't know. Because we don't know the process of what the moon's actually doing yet. People say it's just for tidal, blah blah blah, but they can all shift the tides and waters. Plus the halos that are stationary are doing that. Yeah, good question, and not something I can answer immediately. But from Walter Russell's work, the sun is a generator, and the rest of them are regenerators, like backing the sun up. So the sun is king. You know, there's obviously a pecking order. That's why it's called a king. The sun is king, and the rest fall in order below that. But that also applies to the layers that they're operating in. These are your 7 golden candlesticks. 7 planets.
Yes,
There's not 9. There's not 9. There's 7. And the Antikythera mechanism, you'll see all 7 on there. So our ancestors had this well worked out thousands of years ago. And enough to map it onto a hand crank computer called the Antikythera mechanism. It's an amazing, yeah, it's an amazing piece of technology. Way out of time, you know, it's out of place and time from 2,000 years ago, and it's hand crank mechanical computer that can plot the movement of all these luminaries, past, present, and future cycles.
I'm sure many of us in our, civilizations, or whatever you want to call them, in our communities around the earth must have had these calendars of sorts.
Oh yes, yeah. We had calendars probably for every luminary that exists.
Yeah,
And don't forget there's ones we probably haven't even seen yet, like Halley's Comet pops up every 76 years. That's just something on a halo going past. That the rotation's that slow. We're not going to see it for another 76 years when the rotation comes back again.
and also, all these landmarks, like the Celtic and cairns and things could be markers for angels. I get that, but there's also these, places where you're observing the luminaries as such, like, the solstice or whatever, especially in Ireland, there's those. And there were many more, I'm sure, that were acting as calendars. The land had, had its points.
Yeah, not just calendars, because that's where they'll be teaching you as well. All the younger generations have to learn all this. They'll be taking them to these places at certain times of year to teach them and show them.
Yes.
So they were schooling, they were being schooled on this to a really good standard as well, by the look of it.
Oh, highly intelligent.
Capable. Oh yeah. We can only at the moment we can only dream of what they knew 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had generational poisoning, and not just, of what's being told to us, but our bodies and spirits are being poisoned daily.
So yeah, we're certainly not working how we should do, and our ancestors were. Is my take on it anyway.
Yeah, yeah. The different way of living in those days to what we've got now. What we've got now is an entity trying to suppress us and put its boot on our necks and keep us down and dumb, and they just want rid of us, to be honest. That's what they like. That's what we're at today. These people just want rid of us now. They
Yeah.
want this to themselves. They've got what they want. They used us all to get what they want. Now they've got it. They want rid of us, and that's what I'm seeing. They're trying to get rid of as many as possible before this reset, because they don't want you to see this reset, which is becoming evident more and more.
They're hiding the skies a lot now, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah. Yeah, there's, these halos that you see. There's a halo above every rainbow, stationary halo. These are what people are calling the lunar waves, the halos. They're off the technology below, that's below the rainbows. That's the atom in the sky that they're seeing. That's what's being recorded when the moon passes. So we're going to see all them one day. These are the Hoppy prophecy spider webs in the sky. When they all overlap, they're going to look like spider webs. That's because you're just actually seeing them. This is Revelations.
Yes.
This is what Revelations is. Hell will be revealed in the end times. It's the end of a cycle, and we're starting to see it. And this cycle is taking us into a mini ice age that these people are trying to call global warming. No, they're trying to artificially warm it so it hides most of this. Because ice crystals and water droplets help us see electromagnetics, I've discovered.
And that's where all these halo pictures were so successful over the last few years. And I've yet to see one, but many have. They're on the videos.
Yeah, you'll see one. They just peekaboo you, and then you won't see them for a while.
I know the moon halo. I've seen the moon halo. I know where I can capture that, but the sun yet to reveal itself.
Well, it took
And
me a
as
while
you said,
it did take me a while to get the moon halo on, and it's a very big halo. Very, very big, but only because it's in a, it's operating in a layer lower than the sun, so it is closer to us than the sun. In the layers that
and
it's
it's
operating in.
also, we had that discussion before. I'll just touch on that while we're talking about it. But the layers above, and the sun at the top layer, and then the moon, the nearest, to the Earth layer. And would that then reflect in the underworld? So would there, the sun be the bottom layer, and the moon nearer the Earth, Again, like the mirror.
Well, yeah, you have to wonder, what's below. As it layered below, it probably has to be layered to fit it all in. Different layers below and above. That makes sense, doesn't it? They've all got their own layers below and above, because the diameter of the halo dictates the altitude the cone or the spiral from the angel is going to go into the sky. So if you want it high up, it's going to have to be a very wide diameter halo. They're the really big ones. They're the big rainbows that we come across. They're being elevated way high into the sky.
The Glastonbury one?
Yeah, that's another important one. That's part of the Milky Way decode. It's a world chakra. So it's an important one below there that's related to the chakras of the world, which is
the heart chakra.
Yeah, so it's the spiral of the spiral in pressure waves that's going across the map. It's I'm pretty sure it activates and deactivates things there, and they're used as waveguides. We're going to get deeper into the waveguides with Chris someday, so I'll keep that. I'll leave that till the next day. That explaining that one a bit more.
That's no worries. That's great. And going back to the moon, are the phases of the moon types of eclipses? Or are they something else?
Yeah, another good question. Because why is it doing it? Why does the moon have phases?
Yep.
It's a very good question, and some I haven't worked out yet why it has to do it. I could speculate, but I won't do that because I haven't really done a lot with the moon. I wanted to get the sun out the way first because that was the important one for the grid, because it gives us the seasons, And I said in the seasons video, to do the moon and know how many gates it's actually using, we need to be at the equator facing east, as close to the date lines as possible, or anywhere on the equator really, but preferably in the east, so we can see where it comes from and we can work out its sunrise angles and sets from there. Then we'll have an idea what the moon cycle's doing, because we haven't.
So boots on ground.
Boots on the ground required for in the east for the moon cycles. Where's the moonrise angles? We could probably get them off time and date if you could pick somewhere near the equator. It does show you the moonrise angles for that location, which is this is how we worked out the sun one. The sun one was a bit harder because it's using 12 gates that I had to work out the sequence and cycle that would make sense. That creates this analemma orbit that we see, not the analemma of the sun, and also these gates functioning and working and changing the times, daylight hours and times, and it does work. It works perfect.
Yes, everything's got its timing.
And we have to
So we
do
looked at
we have to do that with the moon and then all the others as well. We have to do what the ancients did. They had calendars for it all, and we need to do the same, because what the
that's
calendar,
right.
their calendars work, but it's not giving us the full picture, is it?
No, that leads on to the other question of what type of expertise, or knowledge within astronomy would be advantageous to furthering the decode of the luminaries. So you need boots on ground, you need people observing from points on the Earth.
Boots on the ground and wings in the sky. Yeah, I don't know how much any of our team members are into astrology and how much they actually know, and there's a lot to learn just in the sky. Too many for me. I just know how it works. Anyone that's wanting to do anything else, well, that's by all means go ahead. So if anyone in the group or beyond wants to do more with the stars in this group, by all means help yourself. Join in and let us show us what you've got, and you can tell tales on it or whatever comes into it. It does need discussed. All of these topics need discussed in depth, and so we understand better how it all works, and slots in with one another. We're just scratching the surfaces of all these topics to show people they exist. It's up to them and the team members and anyone else that wants to join us to go deeper down these topics to see what else is in there, because there will be other things we haven't discussed yet.
I'm wondering, how abstract we all are. Maybe, the tangible things like that is, that's going to give the most satisfaction, to people, because you can do the tail spin, head spin, sort of, who are we, where are we? But, who am I? And everybody needs to know that. I get that. But those tangible things, of going and doing the work, going looking, observing, witnessing, being part of,
It's
connecting.
very satisfying. It is. It's nice to be involved in.
Well, yeah, I agree, and I've only, come in and
Found a star
involved
fort.
myself. Yeah. Well,
It
that's
happens,
meant to be.
it happens. Things like this are going to happen. People are going to find all kinds of things and have their own revelations. People are going to have revelations we haven't had yet, because they'll know something different, and something else will click for them that we don't even know anything about or we haven't seen yet.
Exactly.
So we look forward to your revelations, everyone else's revelations. What revelations are you having that we haven't had yet? Or it's actually cool to watch people discussing these in our Discord. It's exciting to watch because I've been there. I know what it feels like, and that feeling never leaves you when you discover something. And people's going to discover a lot more than we have. We're just scratching surfaces and showing you, hey, look down here, there's a rabbit hole here, someone get in there quick. But only to a certain point, we've got to respect this. It's all fun and games and stuff and learning and that, but how far do we go is the question. How far should we go is the question, isn't it? And these people have overstepped the mark already.
Yeah, because creation has been turned to destruction, and it's just perverse scenarios of creation, and we have to say no more.
Yeah, enough's enough,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is. Now, going on to the angel technology, how do you see that the religious texts describe angels in, in any context? I know you were talking about the translator and everything, but how does the Bible, for instance, how does it describe angels to the masses? What are they?
Yeah, when you look at the descriptions of like Noah, described as having eyes that light up and things that, straight away you think, well, that's not a person, is it? Anyone that reads the Bible, I've noticed, they know there's stuff there, but they can never figure out what the hell it's talking about. You get lost in it. I've seen people do it online. They're reading things and say, well, that doesn't make any sense to me. Others will pretend it does, and that's up to them. But you have to decode it and make sense of it. And the only way you're going to make sense of the holy books is realise this is technology he's trying to describe. And they probably didn't have the right words for it, what we've got access to today. Because they didn't exist in those days, perhaps the words they describe what they were looking at. What was the question, sorry? Keep sidetracking now.
That's fine. That's normally me that does that. How do the religious texts describe angels? So, where does this winged thing come from? Everyone, this winged man or woman.
I forget half what it said in the books, to be honest. Now, it was that long ago I looked at them. I haven't read the whole Bible. I've just looked for certain bits and pieces that assured me, yeah, you're on the right path. There's technology in this book. So I didn't need to look any further other than looking at for certain parts. So I can't tell you what's in the Bible. I haven't read it all. I'm just looking for the technology hiding in the Bible, and once I find it, I move to something else because I know it's there.
And knowing with APM eyes, they're creator gods as such, creators.
Yeah, you can compare them to what your ancestors would tell you about the gods of the underworld, because it's the same gods they're talking about.
Violent, recyclable, always fighting. That sort of thing, casting this one out. Yeah, chaotic.
It doesn't matter, you can take your own ancestors' information and look at it and compare it and know, yeah, they're talking about the same thing, just different names for it. And then you can look at someone else's and realise, well, theirs is the same, but it's just different names and different locations. So that angel's unique to that location. So you're going to get local angel myths and legends. And then you're going to get the national or international myths and legend ones, which are like the sun and moon travelling by. You've got to find the technology that's hiding in the texts. Not just the text, the glyphs, myths, legends, everywhere. There's technology hiding there.
Yeah.
So it's not it's not unique to just holy books. It's literally everywhere. It's on coinage, you name it. It's jewellery, coinage, all kinds of things cover it.
It is indeed. How do you imagine that the angels came into existence?
They had to be created by hand, which tells you this in your Bible. This world was built by hand. Well, come on, people, think about it. How would you build this world by hand? What is it actually constructing to create this world? What creates this world is the question. The angels do. So what are the angels? They're the technology that creates what we're calling nature.
And how did they come into existence? The angel, I mean...
They had to be built by hand.
And where did those materials come from?
Yeah, I know. Who had access to metals before the angels created these metals? Where did this technology? Yeah, it's like a chicken and the egg thing again, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, I've thought of that before. Yeah, what? Well, yeah, it's built by hand. So, but where did you get the technology to build it by hand? But don't forget, it might be a lot more simple than people realise the first mechanisms of this. Because if you look at the pyramid, You won't see much metalwork in the pyramid, but that is conductive.
Yes.
There's conductive stone,
Yes.
isn't there? But where did that come from? Was it conductive before the angels were built or after the angels were built? What was the, what are the angels resting on? Because everything above them's been created over the top of them since them days. That's why they became sealed, the seal of the 144,000 in the now underworld. It probably wasn't the underworld at some point in time. It's became the
what's that?
underworld, over time, because it's producing matter that's creating land mass and everything else.
Yes. Yes. What is the foundation? I mean, the mind boggles. Yeah.
How deep does it go? Don't know. I don't think anyone can answer that. The mainstream will tell you 8 miles, but no, that's the depth they wanted to get to. They stopped there because that's roughly where some of the quakes are coming from, which is this technology switching on. So what they call a borehole, they drilled down to an angel room, pretty much. And they told the world that's as far as you can go, and no one's looking at it anymore. Well, I bet they are. I bet they're probing into that room now and seeing what's in there and reverse engineering it, painting it into their badge work and saying, we built this, look.
Yeah.
So easy to do, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's hidden in plain sight as well. That's the most sort of, in your face thing, isn't it? When you realise. But is all life made by the angel technology? All organic life?
Yes. Yes, it has to be.
Okay.
Do you want me to go deeper on that?
You go deeper if you need to there.
This is going to be a shocker for people, especially people of religious beliefs. Now, in your holy book, it tells you, Our Father who art in heaven. Now, remember, Mother Earth is Eve. So who's father?
Skies.
Adam.
Yep. Father Skies.
So the Adams, and Adam had to exist that created us. We are creations of this technology, programmed by the Creator to create what we are calling ourselves as human beings. We are a product of this technology, literally a product of it. Again, go back to Mauro Biglino's interview with Sarah Westall, and in the second part of that interview, you can find it, you will find there's lots of experimentation and things being mentioned in holy books that the Vatican are not putting in holy books, but that Mauro Biglino translated. And it's telling him there was genetic modifications, all kinds going on. So, the Creator is programming and creating using technology. It makes sense because this is how strange it is. Everything in this world is being produced by technology, and now we're here producing technology. So it creates man. Technology creates man. Man creates technology. we go hand in hand, don't we?
We are
back-
processors and
back-
creators.
Yeah, we're co-creators. But going back to that important thing I said, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Well, look at that word hallowed. Has it been extended a bit? Was it halo-wed be thy name? Because they locked in halo wedding. It's the wedding of these two halos, your Adam and Eve. It's back to that creation world again, isn't it? The creation process, Adam and Eve. Yes. Your two halos, two counter-rotating flows, creating electromagnetism. This even goes down into your marriage vows, your two wedding rings on your fingers. That represents these two halos.
The halos, yeah.
That's how special your wedding vows are. They represent Adam and Eve's halos. This technology's creation, these halos, is what rings represent. So that's what I meant when it's saving in jewellery. So that decodes now your wedding bands. That's the coming together of an Adam and Eve, isn't it? Your wedding. They're now wedlock, and now they're going to go and co-create by having children.
They are indeed.
So, it's like poetry in motion, isn't it?
Isn't it? I just sit here smiling when I listen to you. So, yeah, you can just go on and on forever.
So the Creator has used technology to help create us people. If you're not understanding this, this is how we've come into creation, by using technology and other methods unknown to us, but known to the Creator. All these life forms in this world have been brought into this world using technology and the mastermind programming of the Creator.
And we're no exception.
Oh no, we're no exception. Everything's come into this world by that kind of design, and it's hard to give it a right word, because you can literally appear into existence from nowhere.
Manifest.
And not only that, when you appear, or when I covered this in an old video where they were experimenting and they were getting insects to appear. It's no different to that. It's an extension of that. It's an extension of that process. And when they appear, they're not just just this thing that lives. They actually got instinct. They know what to do. So they never existed. All of a sudden, they exist and they know what to do.
And there's this survival blueprint already intelligible within that
Yes.
manifestation.
Now, if you look at Walter Russell's chart for the elements,
Yeah.
the elemental chart, now we need a chart for every species, similar to
Yes.
Walter Russell's, to show you how it came into existence, don't we?
Yes.
Should we have such a thing? Should we even discuss such a thing? Should I have told the world such a thing? I don't know.
That's up to you, because you're editing this how you see fit.
Yes. But, that needs to go out there as well. It's going to piss a lot of people off, but I can edit that bit out. But, I think I'll leave that in, because it's going to come to that question at some point in time. How were we created?
Yeah, I mean, some people are going to say, oh, but, haven't we just been placed here? And I
From where?
get that,
And where did we come? You've got
there
to
you go. Who handpicked
Yeah.
us and put us, yeah.
You've got to go back
Yeah.
right to, well, how did we come into existence, haven't you? You've got to go back to that question now.
Always.
When did we come into existence, and how did we come into existence?
Yes. By
Well-
whose hand?
Yes, so we've answered that now, haven't we? This answers that question. Question people hasn't even thought of before, I would imagine. I've never thought about it before.
Wow.
How did we come into being? Well, I think there's plenty of evidence for that now, isn't there?
Are all the angels programmed to work as one mechanism?
No, they do different roles.
Yeah.
You'll notice that with your
Even though
local
there's
angels. You'll notice your local angel. It just churns along doing what it does every week, and all of a sudden it'll do something crazy with the weather. And it's normally because there's something passing, like the moon or something. Something passing nearby, and it's now got involved in supporting role of that luminary, and it'll change what it's doing.
It's got a little bit more servitude to
Yeah, it has to work a bit harder, perhaps, to get the energies up for the technology to use. Because remember, they're sending the positive negatives up and down into the ether, churning the ether up into alternating current, and this technology utilises it.
yeah, I have my local angel here, I'm sitting right on top of this smaller angel, I think, but on the heavily sprayed days, for instance, which we've spoken about, I am convinced that I see harder work going on, with the winds, etc. Almost like it's trying to clear the chems, but that's
Yeah, it's just the chems are just in the way, and it'll blast them out of the way while it's doing its process. And, it's got its programming to do. So it is an automated system. We've had that question before. Is the people or life forms down below like running it? Well, no, because when you bring a life form into it, that's got a lifespan. So you'd have to rule that out.
yes,
So it
something
has-
organic like that.
It has
yeah,
to be. It has to be an automated process that's all connected together, and it's got such programming. It's probably mind-boggling to look at. But that's what they're all
Well, there's lots
doing.
of question. People are fascinated with angels, so that's where you've got quite a few of your questions.
That's why
But
we
in
call it
relation,
the. That's why we call it the angelic particle matrix. You know, it's a matrix of them. Some are working independently, and some work. Some of the times they can all work together.
and are they all stationary?
No, you know, you've got your moving ones down below and above. You look at a tornado,
Yes.
that actually moves across the map. Now, is the halo below that moving across the map, or is the tornado just following the halo along to the next node, or the next node, and then double back on itself as it goes round the halo? We need to study, you know, their motion on the ground a bit more to answer that question, and that's not something I've done yet. So there's a job for someone if they want, you know, track these tornado paths, and if you see any doubling back or making curves like round the bend of a halo, then we know what it's doing, don't we? If not, then it's probably the whole unit moving below. So that would answer that question, I think.
Yes, it did. Now, do angels have a consciousness or an ability to make decisions?
Good question. I wouldn't be able to answer that without exploring down below and looking at the programming.
I'm going to ask this question now then. It was an end question, but I'm going to ask it now. Do you think you'll ever see an angel
I hope
below?
so. I hope so. It should be part of It should be part of a school trip.
For sure.
When you're at school, you should be shown one of these.
Yeah.
It's part of a school trip. And then you can chuck all those religious nonsense subjects out and say, right, today's angel tour. Which one should we go and see today? That's my kind of school. They'd be queuing to get in that school, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be late. They'd be doing all the homework.
Everybody would be fascinated with the wonder of the world. Now, many people, if the angels have good or bad intent, that's been asked in the question. My beliefs are this another personification being applied again. However, the question would be, can they be manipulated or affected? Example, CERN. I'm going to say this. So, over to you.
That's 2 questions, yeah? Or did you answer the second one?
No, can they be manipulated or affected?
Yes, they can. Yeah, you could reprogram these to do literally anything you want.
And they are being, aren't they?
Like the sun, you could reprogram the sun to go where you want it to go.
Yeah.
So yes, there could be, if you know what you're doing with this technology and it's coding, then yes, you could change the code easily to make them do other things that they weren't designed to do, or, you know. I've thought of that before, actually. In fact, good job you mentioned that, because this 24-hour sun thing in Antarctica, I'm remaking our season's video to include the 24-hour sun, because I think there's something very fishy and suspicious going on now in Antarctica. Because previously, the globalists have tried to say there is a 24-hour Antarctic sun, but when you look at the footage, they actually faked the footage. And I thought to myself, why would they fake it if it is capable of doing it? I can see it's capable of doing it. It's symmetrically correct for doing it. But why would they fake it? Now I'm thinking it didn't work. There's something wrong. And perhaps they fixed it, because all of a sudden you've got a lot of famous people now wanting to go on to Antarctica this winter, it's winter 2024, December 2024. There's going to be a lot of famous people going to Antarctica to watch the 24-hour sun. Now, if it was doing it every year, why all of a sudden is it a big interest now?
Very true.
So they've done something, or fixed something, or reprogrammed something, it's telling me. Because when I'm looking, you know, the 24-hour sun in the north and south is June and December.
Yes.
And for 10 months of the year, it's just switched off going west to east at night.
Returning, yeah.
Yeah, so why don't you reroute it to give the north and south a few more months of sun a year? That could be done. Rather than have it switched off, you know, if there's no reason for it to be switched off other than just across to get east to west, then why not just send it north or south to give more daylight in those areas? That could be done. Should it be done is the question. 'Cause
That is a question.
because I think this is what they're doing. I think they're starting to reroute the sun, because now they're talking about knocking the ISS out of orbit in 2030. The ISS is the sun returning east, so how can they knock it out of orbit? In other words, it's telling me they're gonna try and reroute the sun, or it's part of the reset and the sun's going to do something different. So people, watch the sun carefully for the next 6 years, because we need to know what it's doing, especially it's crossing at night. The ISS light crossing at night. If that changes, it means they've made a change, or the construct's doing something different, and we need to know what's going on, because it could be part of the reset.
What countries would be best for that observation?
Any, they're crossing east to west for 10 months of the year. If that changes, or it stops doing that, then we have to ask, where's the sun gone now at night? Because it's not crossing going west to east anymore, so where is it? We need to know what's going on, people. What are they doing with it is the question.
Hijacking of the sun.
There's, you could put that over a country and leave it there for a year. That country would never exist again, would it? It'd just fry
No,
it.
it would just be burnt to death. Yeah.
There's the worry, people. This is the access these people have got, and that's what's worrying for me, and should be worrying for everyone. Especially
The
the science
military
world.
and all their security and their generational minions. How can they how can they be part of that? That's that was another question sort of thing at the end I was going to ask you.
How could they be involved in such a thing against the creator? I would say most of the time compartmentalization doesn't let them see that picture. They're not seeing the big picture like most people aren't. They probably
They're not
don't
comprehending.
And well, unless you realise, hey, wait a minute, this creates the sun, then you know what you're working on, don't you? But if they're only seeing bits and pieces and not much else, then they're probably clueless on what they're working on.
What would you say to them? What would you say to those minions, etc., and military people and whatnot? So, if they do question anything?
I would say you better take a look at our work and realise what can and cannot, what can be done with this technology and what they should not be doing with it. Because it can be reprogrammed. And you're playing with the Creator's glory. If you've got kids, you should be worried. Because this is their future.
Yes.
They're playing with our kids' future. Not just our kids, every living species' future.
That's right.
If they break this, who's going to fix it?
Stop being so helpless, people. Yeah.
Got to take ownership of it. It belongs to us all, and we need to protect it from people like this. That's where we're at. That's the kind of understanding we need in this world. This is something special. You can't just go and do this, that, and the other without the permission of the people of the world, which is what the divide's all about. They divide them all, and you vote these idiots into power, and they've just took over it all.
Yes.
Claim to represent it, but they hide it and give you cartoons on telly.
They're despicable. I mean,
It's the most evil thing I've ever came across.
Despicable.
Every
Absolutely.
crime you can imagine's been committed, and crimes we don't even know exist yet. So that's the bad side of it, people. It's in the hands of the lunatics. The lunatics are running the asylum.
They are indeed.
So I would say to them, people out there, come and listen, watch our research, come and learn from us. You'll learn more about this world quicker than you will joining any Freemason secret society, because they're compartmentalised the same as everyone else. You're never going to get the full picture. This is too important. This is too important. You can't just hand wave this away. You can't just say, oh no, this is not going to happen on my watch. No way.
No.
No. And I'll put out as much as needed until the science world sits up and takes notice. Because I've got to show them this. They'll understand it quicker than most people. So I've got to show them what all this is relating to. So I've got to show the science world this and get them to understand it a bit, and then they'll realise how much danger we're in.
Yeah, that tipping point again. Yeah.
Yeah,
The right place at the right
Yeah, yes, I mean, it's going to go that way anyway. The way all these other agendas they've got, regardless of this and flat Earth and all these other agendas, are going to push to a tipping point. But it's a tipping point that they want, whereas this, they don't want this. We need this. We need this out in the open for the world to learn and understand. You don't live on a
Absolutely.
spinning ball. You live on something of infinite scale. And we haven't even begun exploring it yet, have we?
We're not allowed, no.
Nope, we're kept in. We're kept
Not
in.
allowed.
Yeah. That's why
Basic
all these
precedent
that's
in
why all
there.
these terrible agendas and systems exist, to hide this and make sure you don't find anything out about it.
Yeah, we're too busy.
But it all leads to this.
Exactly.
It all leads down to this.
Our beautiful angels and just been ignored. Do you think they have the ability to communicate?
Oh, yes. You asked that question. I just remembered. Yeah. Do they? What was the question you asked?
Do angels have the ability to communicate to humans or animal life? I mean, I imagine we see the communication daily in things like local weather, but I think the question was sort of beyond that, if you know what I mean. Like, almost like a angelic biblical thing, like
Well, yeah. The
the
the interaction between them and us takes place in our blood and our DNA. So
yeah,
the biology will show you the interactions. So yes, they do. They do interact that way, as in developing growth and things like that. Is there other interactions? I don't know. It's a good question, because they're avenues that scientists need to go down and learn. They still haven't figured out the human body yet. They've been lied to about the body. Your heart's literally a halo, a particle accelerator with a reverse flow. It's an Adam and Eve in one, your heart, and that's what's spiraling your blood around your veins. Our blood is something very special. It's got very special properties.
yes, there is a secret in the blood. I'm convinced that
Well, it's
we
what
have no clue
we
about.
breathe in goes into our bloodstream as well, doesn't it? So the light entities that we're breathing in, the atoms we breathe in, it's given your body a charge into your blood.
Electrical
There's
charge.
electrical charges going on all the time. We are an electrical system,
Yes,
a biological electrical system. We are an angelic being of the construct, a creation of the construct and its creator. Everything is, isn't it?
it is. Yeah, yeah.
And it's amazing when you look at all the, there's not just life forms, there's a whole food source there for them to eat, to manage and live.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And people think this is random ball flying through space. Are you serious?
I know it's quite an insult, isn't it,
It's a
to where
serious,
we are,
it is an insult to your intelligence, isn't it? The whole thing is.
to the construct. It
And
is a
religion,
disgrace.
religion is nothing but a blasphemy against the Creator when you realise what they've done with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. The inversions are
Yes,
fierce.
yeah.
Yeah.
They know what it is. That's why they run the world and hide it from you. They know exactly what it is and how it works. They just don't want you to know.
Greedy, greedy people.
That goes beyond greed, doesn't it? It goes way beyond
Yes,
greed.
it does. It's evil. It's weak. It's very weak to have to
It's a
have.
very cruel thing to do to the human race and to the
Very,
Creator. It's an insult.
very.
It is
It is.
insulting. And, that's what we've got in our favour. We don't fear it. Truth doesn't fear investigation. Researchers investigate us and you'll come to the same conclusions. There's no other way around it.
Truth
You will come to the same conclusions we have for the past 8 years. This is a technological construct that's been hidden from us.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. And it's something far bigger and more special than we realise. And what's beyond our map? What's out there? We can only guess what's going on out there, but there's more of this, guarantee it. Why wouldn't there be? There has to be.
if it's infinite, yeah. I mean,
Where's the creator? We get asked that question. Why isn't the creator stopping these people? Well, they're not really here to babysit us, and people do come in good and bad flavours. Usually there's a pretty good balance of good, but lately it's gone the other way, hasn't it? So we need some good back in the world. So all you people want to be heroes, now's your chance. Be a good person.
all around.
Start sharing this work and show people what's going on in this world. Get us some get us some interviews with the right people we can talk to about this.
Yeah.
Isn't it? We need to be talking to people at very high levels now, but people we can trust.
Andrew Cross was an Englishman, born June the 17th, 1784. His was a wealthy family, and his family home was Fine Court, Broomfield, Somerset. Allegedly, Cross was a child prodigy who had mastered ancient Greek by the age of 8. He attended Dr. Sayers School in Bristol, where he became interested in the natural sciences and the developing study of electricity. In fact, his father was a good friend of the scientists Joseph Priestley and Benjamin Franklin. Andrew Cross continued his education at Brasenose College, Oxford, and following the death of his mother in 1805, he was left the family home, where he lived a reclusive life, studying mineralogy, chemistry, and electricity. He became friendly with George Singer, who anthologized his book, Elements of Electricity and Electrochemistry, in 1814. According to contemporary accounts, the neighbours of Andrew Cross considered him more devil than man. He had constructed a massive array of copper wires and poles festooned around his property, which he had connected to his electrical room, and there he experimented on the nature of electricity in the atmosphere. The local residents knew him as the Thunder and Lightning Man, or the Wizard of the Quantocks, local hills in Somerset. In 1814, when he was 30, he presented a lecture on his electrical experiments. There was a strong possibility that this was attended by the poet Shelley and his future wife Mary, and if this story is true, then Cross may have been the inspiration for her famous novel Frankenstein, written in 1816. It was some 21 years later, in 1837, that Andrew Cross undertook the experiments that were to make him rather infamous. He was fascinated by crystals and crystalline formations. In fact, in an early experiment, he had run an electrical current through a water flowing from a cavern filled with stalactites and stalagmites. He was overjoyed when crystals of calcium carbonate, from which stalactites and stalagmites are made, appeared on one of the electrodes. Until 1836, the English public had never heard of Andrew Cross. But by the end of 1837, he was being reviled from one end of England to the other. He was an atheist, a blasphemer, a reviler of our holy religion, a disturber of the peace of families, a modern Prometheus, a would-be Frankenstein, a man who had presumptuously attempted to rival the god that made him. But who was this dreadful person, and just what had he done? Well, he was a simple, honest, and God-fearing man, belonging to a class very common in the last century, but increasingly rare in this. In other words, he was a scientific amateur, having the time and money for prolonged experimental work, but gravely handicapped by a lack of scientific training and by an almost complete ignorance of the work of other men in the same field. His offence, which incidentally he had not committed, was of an unusual kind. He was accused of having attempted to create living creatures by an electrical process from dead matter. Indeed, it was further laid to his account that he had succeeded in doing so, that he had evolved in poisonous solutions fatal to all normal animal life numbers of insects of the species Acarus, mites, which insects lived, moved, and bred. Actually, he had done this, but he had not done it by design, and whether what he had done was in effect an artificial production of life remained and remains an open question, which he did not attempt to answer. Here are his own words on the subject. As to the appearance of the Acari and a long-continued electrical action, I have never, in thought, word, or deed, given anyone a right to suppose that I had considered them as a creation, or even as a formation from inorganic matter. To create is to form a something out of nothing. To annihilate is to reduce that something to a nothing. Both of these, of course, can only be the attributes of the Almighty. In fact, I assure you most sacredly that I have never dreamed of any theory sufficient to account for their appearance. I confess that I was not a little surprised, and am so still, and quite as much as I was when the first Acari made their appearance. Again, I have never claimed any merit as attaching to these experiments. It was a matter of chance. I was looking for silicous formations, and Acari appeared instead. In the year 1837, Cross was making certain experiments upon the artificial formation of crystals by means of weak and long-continued electric currents. The Acari first appeared in the course of an attempt to make crystals of silica by allowing a suitable fluid medium to seep through a piece of porous stone, oxide of iron, from Vesuvius, kept electrified by means of a battery. The fluid used was a mixture of hydrochloric acid and a solution of silicate of potash. On the 14th day from the commencement of this experiment, I observed through a lens a few small whitish excrescences or nipples projecting from about the middle of the electrified stone. On the 18th day, these projections enlarged and struck out 7 or 8 filaments, each of them longer than the hemisphere on which they grew. On the 26th day, these appearances assumed the form of a perfect insect, standing erect on a few bristles which formed its tail. Until this period, I had no notion that these appearances were other than an incipient mineral formation. On the 28th day, these little creatures moved their legs. I must now say that I was not a little astonished. After a few days, they detached themselves from the stone and moved about at leisure. In the course of a few weeks, about 100 of them made their appearance on the stone. I examined them with a microscope and observed that the smaller ones appeared to have only 6 legs, the larger ones 8. These insects are pronounced to be of the genus Acarus, but there appears to be a difference of opinion as to whether they are a known species. Some assert that they are not. I have never ventured an opinion on the cause of their birth, and for a very good reason. I was unable to form one. The simplest solution of the problem which occurred to me was that they arose from ova deposited by insects floating in the atmosphere and hatched by electrical action. Still, I could not imagine that an ovum could shoot out filaments, or that these filaments could become bristles. And, moreover, I could not detect, on the closest examination, the remains of a shell. I next imagined, as others have done, that they might originate from the water, and consequently made a close examination of numbers of vessels filled with the same fluid. In none of these could I perceive a trace of an insect, nor could I see any in any other part of the room. In subsequent experiments, Cross discarded the porous electrified stone, and for the most part produced the Acari in glass cylinders filled with concentrated solutions of such substances as copper nitrate, copper sulfate, and zinc sulfate. The Acari generally made their appearance at the edge of the fluid surface, but, he remarks, in some cases these insects appear 2 inches under the electrified fluid, but after emerging from it they were destroyed as if thrown back. In one case the Acari appeared on the lower part of a small piece of quartz. immersed to the depth of 2 inches in fluoric acid holding silica in solution. A current of electricity was passed through this fluid for a 12-month or more, and at the end of some months 3 of these acari were visible on the piece of quartz, which was kept negatively electrified. I have closely examined the progress of these insects. Their first appearance consists in a very minute whitish hemisphere formed upon the surface of the electrified body, sometimes at the positive end, and sometimes at the negative, and occasionally between the two, or in the middle of the electrified current, and sometimes upon all. In a few days this speck enlarges and elongates vertically, and shoots out filaments of a whitish waxy appearance, and easily seen through a lens of very low power. Then commences the first appearance of animal life. If a fine point be made to approach these filaments, they immediately shrink up and collapse like zoophytes upon moss, but expand again some time after the removal of the point. Some days afterwards these filaments become legs and bristles, and a perfect acarus is the result, which finally detaches itself from its birthplace, and, if under a fluid, climbs up the electrified wire and escapes from the vessel. If one of them afterwards thrown into the fluid in which he was produced, he is immediately drowned. I have never before heard of acari having been produced under a fluid, or of their ova throwing out filaments, nor have I ever observed any ova previous to or during electrization, except that the speck which throws out filaments be an ovum. But when a number of these insects in a perfect state congregate, ova are produced. The acari thus produced lived generally until after the first frost, which was invariably fatal to them. In a later experiment, Cross succeeded in producing an acarus in a closed and airtight glass retort filled with an electrified solution, one wire being led in through the wall of the retort and the other through a cup of mercury at its beak. The solution was a silicate one, prepared as for the first experiment, and was put in hot. On connecting up the battery, an electric action commenced. Oxygen and hydrogen gases were liberated. The volume of atmospheric air was soon expelled. Every care had been taken to avoid atmospheric contact and admittance of extraneous matter, and the retort itself had previously been washed with hot alcohol. This apparatus was placed in a dark cellar. I discovered no sign of incipient animal formation until the 140th day, when I plainly distinguished one acarus actively crawling about within the bulb of the retort. I found that I had made a great error in this experiment, and I believe it was in consequence of this error that I not only lost sight of the single insect, but never saw any others in this apparatus. I had omitted to insert within the bulb of the retort a resting place for these acari. They are always destroyed if they fall back into the fluid from which they have emerged. It is strange that in a solution eminently caustic and under an atmosphere of oxyhydrogen gas, one single acarus should have made its appearance. Cross also succeeded in producing acari in an atmosphere strongly impregnated with chlorine. But while these assumed the form of perfect insects, and remained undecomposed until after the apparatus was taken apart over 2 years later, they never moved or showed any signs of life. His experiments were repeated and extended by another enthusiastic amateur, Weeks of Sandwich, who took a number of precautions to ensure, as far as possible, that no animal life was present at the start of the experiments. For example, he baked his apparatus in an oven, used distilled water, filled his receivers, inverted over mercury troughs with manufactured oxygen instead of air, and superheated his silicate solutions. After about a year and a half of electrification, acari invariably made their appearance. Control experiments made in exactly the same manner and with the same apparatus, but omitting the electrical current, gave uniformly negative results. No acari appeared. He also made quantitative experiments and found that the number of acari electrically produced varied roughly with the percentage of carbon in his solutions. Week's experiments, although most intelligently conducted, seem to have attracted little attention. He communicated a summary of his results to the Electrical Society, but does not appear to have published a complete account of them. In view of the precautions he took, it is interesting to note that at the height of the cross furore, no less an authority than Michael Faraday stated in a paper read at the Royal Institute that similar appearances had presented themselves in the course of his own electrical experiments, but he was doubtful whether they should be regarded as a case of production or revivification. Andrew Cross understood he was walking on thin ice before the most respected scientists of his day. He was explaining an event that was completely foreign to their orthodox knowledge, and because of that he was inviting mockery, and the mockery came quickly. Charges of hoax and fraud overwhelmed him. He and his so-called insects were condemned openly as nothing more than a deception. As is often the case, time has obscured the precise procedure needed to perform this experiment successfully. Therefore, we may never know how and why these tiny creatures were created, or if they were ever created. However, could it have been conceivable that Cross, by chance, discovered the primordial soup that evolutionists theorize was needed to create the world's first life form? Or is there another explanation? Even today, scientists cannot explain away the acari that were perhaps created by Cross. And it is interesting that no scientist is even willing to reproduce the intriguing 19th century experiment. Andrew Cross died in the room in which he was born. He was 71. For many years he lived the life of a recluse, shut off from society, shunned by his neighbours. He died as he had lived, an honest man, who would make no concession of any kind to popular clamour, but sought truth wherever he might find it. Such men are the true salt of the earth.
wanted to ask about the colours of creation and within gases and things, and all the chakra colours seem to extend to the rainbow and octave hues. And could they be the colours of creation?
Lovely
And would
question.
sorry,
Lovely question. Sorry, carry on.
no, would they be extended to the atmospheres above and possibly below the levels?
Yes.
In,
Short answer, yes. Longer answer. The layers are constructed. The Mayans had a lovely depiction of it, of the layers. They had it different colours, the layers of the sky. And that would, to me, relate to the gases of those layers. Because, this is what creates our layer system. RDD comes into this. It's the pressure of the halos that creates those layers, and each layer is going to have gases of different colours, and some of them are, some of them don't have a colour. So are the colours of creation? Yes, and there's more than you see with the rainbow. They're just the ones visible in our spectrum. What the mainstream are calling black holes are what's outside of our spectrum is what they're really looking at. We've got a narrow spectrum of vision, and we only see so many colours in it. But there is more beyond on each side of that spectrum that we can't see but have to exist. This is what they're calling black holes, and this is the kind of thing they're really researching. What else is this technology creating other than what we can see from these 7 colours?
okay. So with how are we all connected? I suppose even the colours. Are we? I mean, our aura isn't. People claim that that's a rainbow effect sort of thing, partly.
Yeah,
So
possibly.
how are we all connected? How is everything connected?
On the aura, we probably have to have one because we do have electromagnetics within us, and we're operating in an electromagnetic environment.
Our own little tourist field?
Yeah, we must have something like the angels have. They've got this field around them, the Taurus field. It's like a plasma ball. You can't see it, but it does exist there, and the effects of the rainbow. That's what creates the rainbow. It's this plasma ball, Taurus field effect. It's revolving as well. It's not stationary. It revolves.
In movement, yeah.
So
Almost like going inside out.
yeah, it's
Back.
constantly rotating. So it's always mixing the positive and negatives of doing it. What was the question? Sorry, we keep doing that.
How are we all connected? Is it a vibrational thing?
Every living thing in this world is connected to this construct in some way, shape, or form. I mentioned earlier about our blood going through our veins. This technology around us it's programming the atmosphere we breathe, and we're all connected within that. To this, the source is this construct. We all connect to the source in some way, and it governs our lives. You might not see it or notice it, but it does govern. Without it, we probably wouldn't be able to survive.
No.
I can't see the human race surviving. Well, most races surviving without this technology's processes running.
A life force. I mean, it's referred to in ancient texts and, Reiki and things like that. It's universal force, life force. So that's the current of electromagnetism. I mean, that
Yeah, it has to
surely
be.
would be life
It's
force.
electromagnetism that's governing this, isn't it? It's all around
Yeah.
us, and that's the colours of electromagnetism is your rainbow.
Yes.
We see it. We see it with the rainbow.
Yeah.
That shows me that's electromagnetism taking place. That's what we're really looking at there.
We're all just hippy dippy babies. Where does the design of the Celtic cross come from?
Ooh. The Celtic cross, or all crosses for that matter, represents electromagnetism. The bar across the top is Adam or Electro, and the shaft going down, or the column going down, is Eve. That's magnetism. So together they create that cross. because it's electric 90 degree in opposition to magnetism. So that's where the cross actually comes from. Now the Celtic one's got another feature. It's got the halo around the cross. That's one of our halos of the angels,
Yes.
which creates the electromagnetism. So that's where the
The
Celtic...
snake tail.
The snake is the movement of the electric in the ether. That's how it moves in the ether. It moves like a snake. Spirals. It's spiral, isn't it? That's how you move electric. It has to spiral. You have to spiral it.
Yeah. Coiling.
Yeah, motion. Spiraling motion should generate electric. When you think about it. That's the angels do it that way. Adam's sending electrical pressure waves down to Eve. She's sending electrical pressure waves up to Adam. Magnetic pressure waves. This is how these two work together. It's amazing. The law of attraction's right there, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. I mean, law of attraction in what way? I mean, that question about what is love. I mean, what force is that? I mean, that in itself. But yeah, what is law of attraction? It's electromagnetism.
Yeah, it's the equals and opposites seeking each other out. They're physically attracted to one another.
That's right. What is that driving? I mean, this is what I mean in our world. We call it love, but what which covers so much. But what is driving that to find its attraction?
That's a question. That's a question you'll have to ask the creator, because I can't answer that one. That's beyond me answering that. I have no idea how that came about, but that's what we see and know, isn't it? We see that every day.
Intelligent design.
It is, yeah, and I can't answer that. There's a lot of things I can't answer with this technology, and that's one of the questions. You found another one I can't answer. Normally I'll go up my way to try and find an answer, but some of them I know I can't.
Because you're honest and we like that. Do you imagine there's a complete ancestral understanding of the realm's workings in any tribal settings today?
What we've got today is fragments of all the tribes' remnants. The biggest one, I think, is the Egyptian one. They've got so much information on those walls in glyphs. But they haven't got the complete picture either. So it takes looking at those and all the others, everyone else's. A good friend of mine said that. He's a Muslim. Well, his family's Muslim. He doesn't follow it as much, but you know what I mean. His dad told him, you will not get all the answers from just the Quran. You have to look into everything. So this is a very wise man who knows what he's talking about, because he's obviously come to the same conclusions himself. We haven't got all the answers, but they've got some, they've got some over there. And it's right. You have to look around the world. Yeah, you're going to find the same technologies being spoken about of different names. But they've got answers to things we haven't got, and we've probably got information they haven't got. This is what we're supposed to do after these resets. We're supposed to re-educate each other again. We're supposed to share this.
Pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, we're supposed to give them back to where they belong, not keep them to yourselves.
Now, the last question, which isn't off the cuff, but, I think it's quite important to you, is what would your prepping advice be for those in the know today?
My prepping advice would be to learn what nature can give you for free. As in food-wise, shelter if you need it. Go and study nature and learn it. And look at what the ancestors taught you about nature as well. They did give you, in fact they still do. There's tribes out there still passing on good information. Have a look into how they prepare for these resets, especially. Because they know this knowledge, and I'm pretty sure they keep it to themselves, because they're in the same boat as us. Who do we speak to about this? We know what's going on, but who do we talk to? We can't trust anyone, so we'll just carry on prepping and do what we'd normally do, as humans do. Clearly it's survivable because there's so many of us around today. It doesn't wipe us out. We're intelligent beings. We can rescue ourselves from situations. It's all the animals that need our help, really, if anything.
Yes, and I just imagine like the Noah's Ark, that they're storing 2x2s everywhere, so that after a reset of any, natural reset or whatever, they've got all the cards, and everybody's got the begging bowl out to them. It really is that stark when you think about it.
But prepping, learn what you can, especially not just with foods, but with nature's medicines, because they're going to end up in short supply as well. Medicines, so find out what medicines nature can give you. This is where all medicines come from, anyway. They come from nature, and they get modified into some Frankenstein version that you have to pay money for. But nature will give you the goodies for free, so you're daft not using them.
We've all noticed them popping up, all the plants we need everywhere. Anyone that's in the know.
Let's just break down what's being affected here, and then you'll have an idea what to prep for. So we've got air that's been polluted, food that's been contaminated, water that's contaminated, medications that have been modified. There's 4 things already that you can prep for.
Yeah.
And of course, then the resets. So you want a little bit of height would make some safety. If it's going to be flooding and possibly tsunamis when things start resetting. Although previous tsunamis, like the 2017 ones, they didn't rush back in. They slowly crept back in over the space of a couple of weeks, which is something new and unheard of before. So perhaps these star halos have been put in place to stop tsunamis. It seems to me, whatever the creator's done to stop this flooding, it seems to have worked in 2017. Which to me was, this was a mechanism change going on, and it caused tides to recede all over the place that were anywhere near these large star halos. You'll notice that in one of our old videos where the oceans shifted, and they're all around these star halos where it shifted. So this was the star halos activating and doing something. And
you think that was a natural thing, not man?
You mean a process of the realm? Yes, yes. Well, good question. Is it man messing around with this, or is it supposed to happen? Good question, because now we've got it recorded, and maybe that can be answered in the future, because it's now on record. We have to look for that happening again, don't we? Previously, it seems to be tsunamis followed that event, but not in 2017 they did. It didn't happen. It just come back slowly, which it's unprecedented. That's never been seen before. So, that's not normal. That's this technology doing something.
Yes, off its own steam or not.
Is man playing with that? I don't know. Very possible. That's the worry. That is a big worry of mine. What they're doing with this below. What are they doing below our feet?
Yeah, that is a big concern.
It should be concerning for everyone, because that means no country's safe, doesn't it?
Yeah, no body safe. Nothing.
Yeah.
So, thank you, FPV, for your honest approach to the questions and your revelationary answers. I just want to say a quick thank you to Phil, Jax, Jason, Luca, Milo, Earth, VN007 and BJJ Den for contributing to the questions. And just want to say that we're all looking forward to the next chapters for APM and for the rest of the world. So thank you, FPV.
You're very welcome, people. It belongs to you, so I'm just giving you back. That's all we're here doing. We're giving you back what belongs to you, the people.
In a wonderful way. Thank you. Really enjoyed it. Thanks.
Shine your lights on me in all of my life, so that much more I see. price of love. They can remember quiet side of midnight. They can remember attraction of fame. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First it came hard, then our last breath away. Was full of time was by your side. We were spending time, we were staring out. Captured in a dream, captured all in heart. We were spending time, we were staring out. Sugar in the beat, evermore than one. Cold and that's all love, can you never stop? Shine on, shine the light on me. And all of my life, so that much more I see. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First it came hard, then our last breath away. Only on a clear day. Only in our life. Only on a clear day. Only in our life. We can remember quiet side of midnight. We can remember attraction of fame. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First it came half, then our last breath away. See it in the eyes, like the light sky. We were spending time, we were staring out. Taking more, endless breath from you. We were staring out, now we're staring in. You never need evermore than one. Cold the nights of love, can you never stop? Shine on, shine a light on me. And all of my life, so that much more I see. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First it came hard, then our last breath away. Only on a clear day. Only in our life. Always on a clear day. As if the flights are flown, like a glittering prize. Always on a clear day.
Let's take some time to discuss logic, physics, and mathematics. We'll begin by dismantling some widely held misconceptions. Then we'll move on to correcting the mistakes. So let's start with dismantling the notion of special relativity, which has very obvious flaws that break causality completely. So let's take a ride on Einstein's famous thought experiment involving the train. Our imaginary track will be 1 light year long, with a station and a clock at both ends. The train moves at light speed. As we leave the starting station at light speed, as Albert did in his thought experiment, and look back at that station's clock, we can see that the clock still shows the exact same time as when we departed the station. The light from the clock is traveling at the same speed we are. All good so far. Albert is a genius. Special relativity works beautifully. Now, I'm no Einstein, and approach things differently than he did. I like to look where I'm going, so I don't cause any accidents or get myself or others killed.
Just seems the more responsible way of doing things, even if it is just a thought experiment. So let's now focus our attention on the clock at the destination station. If Albert is correct and time stops when moving at light speed, then the clock at the destination station should also stop. So let's reason that out. The time we would see at the destination station would appear to be 1 year behind the time at the departure station, because the stations are 1 light year apart, and it takes 1 light year for the light to reach us at the departure station. If time stops at light speed, then neither clock would appear to tick at all. That means that when we reach the destination station, both clocks would read the same times as when we left the departure station. We will have actually traveled 1 year into the destination station's past, while no time will have passed at the departure station. I don't think I have to point out how absurd that is. It violates causality. Now, let's look at what would actually have to occur. In order for causality to be preserved, both clocks must tick at the same speed relative to their specific locations. Einstein was correct about the clock appearing to stop at the departure station, so let's see what must happen at the destination station in order to preserve causality. At the start of our train ride, the clock at the destination station appears to be 1 year behind our time. It will take us 1 year to reach the destination station, so the clock must appear to us to be ticking away at twice the normal speed. The clock appears at first to be 1 year in the past, but must read 1 year into the future by the time we arrive. This destroys special relativity, but preserves causality. Einstein forgot to look where he was going.
Brain wreck.
With special relativity debunked, that means all theories based on special relativity have flawed foundations. This includes general relativity and quantum field theory. What we are left with is quantum mechanics and classical physics. The heliocentric model is falling apart quite quickly. Let's put it out of its misery. With that, let's turn a critical eye upon LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. LIGO is a laser interferometer with arms 2.5 miles in length. The laser travels a total of 5 miles. It takes about 1/1000th of a second for light to travel 5 miles. The heliocentric model says we are traveling at 155 miles per second around the center of the Milky Way. So, multiply 155 miles by 5,280 to get feet. We multiply again by 12 to go from feet to inches. You get 9,820,800 inches per second. Multiply 9,820,800 by 1/1000th, and you get how far the Earth has allegedly moved in the time it takes for the laser to propagate along LIGO's 2.5 mile arms, round trip. That's 1,000th of 1 inch roughly. LIGO can detect a change in distance as small as 1/10,000th the width of a proton. A proton is approximately 0.0000000000003937 inches wide, which is the equivalent to around 0.84 femtometers in scientific notation. Yet, LIGO cannot detect any movement whatsoever. If it could, LIGO would be absolutely useless. So your only options are to concede that the heliocentric model is bunk, or cough up an actual working model of luminiferous ether. Now that the standard model is out of the way, let's address this new flat Earth conjecture where gravity is caused by the Earth rising. The conjecture completely ignores mass in favor of weight. I'm not going to tell you what to believe in, but I feel it would be humane to advise you that disregarding mass leaves you open to unscrupulous merchants. You see, back in the day, before balance scales were invented, merchants found out that items weigh more at lower altitudes and weigh less at higher altitudes. That means that the phenomena we call gravity has different strengths and therefore different acceleration at different altitudes. Rising Earth would require consistent acceleration, which quite frankly does not exist. This is why your weight scale comes with an adjustable dial. APM does not require relativity, quantum field theory, or any equations that require 15 chalkboards to write out. Classical physics is quite adequate and works great as it is with no changes. I have covered gravity in previous video, which is based on Walter Russell's model of electromagnetic gravitation. I have seen people in chats mention Faraday cages as an argument against electromagnetic gravity, so let's address that now too. Faraday cage will block some electromagnetic radiation, such as microwaves, radio waves, but does that mean that it blocks all electromagnetic radiation? Absolutely not. Shine a flashlight into one, find out. See, visible light is electromagnetic radiation. Faraday cage also does not block static or slowly changing magnetic fields, such as the Earth's electromagnetic field. You'll have to come up with a better argument than Faraday cage. Let's recap on what we just learned and discuss it from a layman's point of view. Special relativity is essentially reduced to a theory of optics, which works rather well, but only when observing objects in motion away from each other. It becomes a way to understand the optical illusions that occur simply because the light propagates at a certain speed, but only when objects are moving away. The theory is only half completed. So any theory that uses special relativity as its foundation is invalidated as a physical theory. That means general relativity and quantum field theory are not what people claim they are, because they were constructed on terrible fundamentals. LIGO proves that the Earth is not in motion. Since light does not carry momentum from its source and the ether was disproven by Michelson and Morley, one must conclude that since LIGO does not detect any motion, then there is none. Relativity theory cannot be invoked to explain it away, because relativity theory would break causality completely. You would need an actual working theory of ether along with a working theory of gravity to make a heliocentric model actually work. You would also have to scrap many of the current ideas associated with the standard model. Flat Earth models simply don't work. You need more than just a map, and you definitely should rethink only including the concept of weight and not addressing mass and varying rates of acceleration regarding the concept of gravity. A good model should be able to explain all phenomena, not just a handful. At APM Research, we take our work seriously and are not interested in arguing with people who bring flawed fundamentals or are only interested in winning a debate that is disingenuous and solves nothing. APM has a growing mountain of evidence to support it. We appreciate constructive criticism done in a professional manner, but more than likely, any existing model we will find as being silly at best. That being said, I love you all, and I hope the Creator blesses each and every one of you. Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, The elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember, and are most familiar with, these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles, or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that in some fashion, but the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electrical force inside that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move, and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell. Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
There is an order to the creation of elements and the noble gases. This chart made by Walter Russell shows the order things are created in.
All motion is curved. All curves are spiral. All spirals are from the halos of angels and are pressure waves.
As a group of 4, we create these 4 divisions, 2 male and 2 female, each one representing the 4 spirit angels operating within the ether. These are the 4 faces of the angels. When all 4 angels are operational, this is the trinity. They will assemble themselves into the sky above that location. This is then their spirit world form.
The first 3 spirals do not produce any elements. The creation process starts after that, as the Queen's spiraling cone tightens and rises. The King's cone will come from the duality that is created above this location and will meet with the Queen's cone through the Vesica Pisces. This is often depicted as an angel with a sword. The sword represents the interface event. This is why the king must ask the queen for permission to use the sword. The interface process starts and ends with the queen.
When we start up, you will notice a difference in wind speed. As this increases, so do the magnetic and electric pressures that can be witnessed upon the surface as they register as winds and waves. These are our spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. They modify the ether into a coherent form that is structured and can be manipulated. It is also alternating current due to the polarities constantly switching from our halo's poles.
I am the cathode.
And I am the anode. Permission to use my sword, my queen.
Yes, let's show them the process. Permission granted, my king.
Should we show them the 10, my king?
Of course, my queen. Hold tight, we're going in. I'm sure you would agree our interface event is not much different to your own.
We just bear different children.
And just like you,
We like to hold our little cherubs high into the sky for all to see.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you Jacob's Ladder. I command stations 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9.
And I command stations 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10.
I am the Alpha.
And I am the Omega.
I am the beginning.
And I am the end.
Forever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever
And ever.
and ever. This now brings us to the layers. With these decodings and knowledge, we can now structure the layers accordingly. This is not final, as there is more to add, but this gives us a lot to work with, and gives the reasons for the causes of the events we witness in the heavens. This is how the angels structure and configure the layers. Expect a future update on the layers at some point, but for now this will work fine and answers a great many things. Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. This animation made Lysandra's husband demonstrates how the process works in elevating the poles on the halo. Ignore the vertical pole in the centre, that was just used as a guide. The spiralling process elevates the poles above itself, which is what creates the torus field, which in turn creates the rainbow. Adam is the smaller halo, Eve is the larger halo. The apple is their plasma torus fields, and the snake is the interface event of their creation process.
You turned me on. You lit me up like the sweetest cup I share with you. You lit me up. Don't you ever stop. gonna do when the flames blow up? Who's gonna come and turn the tide? What's it gonna take to make a dream survive? Who's got the touch to calm a storm inside? Who's gonna save you? Alive and kicking. Stay until your love is alive and kicking. Stay until your love is, until your love is alive. Secrets of lovers whisper tonight. Broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lean on through the night. Your music talks to me, it's me tonight. One kind of morning, I hear you say, so let it be love, let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone to lean on, and you know, some magic conquers me, lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be
This is like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want, alright. So let it be love, let it be love.
Welcome to APM Research, Heaven and Hell. Today, we would like to take you on an exciting journey up to the heavens and straight down to hell. This should give you a better understanding of the connection these two are playing in our material world. Are you ready? Good. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. What we have here are two constellation maps. One is with an incorrect Mercator map projection, which is here. This layout would be just like viewing a map, but with this one, the images are all chopped up to portray going around the globe, with the idea that Alaska and Russia are right next to each other. As it has been pointed out in the past, this is not what our world is, and we at APM have proven this through flight routes, as well as ship cruises. The international dateline is the area they have cut off to hide the gates and what is beyond. The international dateline is faked to support the globe model, the ring of fire projection, and the misinterpreted aurora borealis projection. A big thanks to FPV for cutting and correcting the sky projection map of the constellations, as well as these others from the past. So as a little bonus, let's look at some of the previous corrections that we have made. The ring of fire, the aurora borealis, and the CIA map of safe zones. Now, here's the corrected version of the constellations that we see in the heavens. Notice how all the constellations are intact as one character instead of chopped in half. Also, how the land masses align correctly in the north and the south. Also, looking at the two sine waves, notice how they flip completely opposite to one another, yet they still work to create the sine wave. Now, we are going to travel to the heavens and show how all this works. Aquarius is a constellation of the zodiac. Its name is Latin for water carrier or cup carrier. Aquarius is one of the oldest of the recognized constellations along the zodiac, which is the sun's path. It is found in a region often called the sea due to its profusion of constellations with watery associations. There you will find Cetus the well, Eridanus the river. Aquarius is identified as the Great One in Babylonian star catalogs and represents the god Ah himself, who is commonly depicted holding an overflowing vase. The Babylonian star figure appears with entitlement stones and cylinder seals from the second millennium. It contained the winter solstice in the early Bronze Age. In old Babylonian astronomy, Ah was the ruler of the southernmost quarter of the sun's path, the way of Ah, corresponding to the period of 45 days on either side of the winter solstice. Aquarius was also associated with the destructive floods that the Babylonians regularly experienced. In Greek mythology, Aquarius is sometimes associated with Deus Leon, the son of Prometheus, who built a ship with his wife Pyrrha to survive an imminent flood. They sailed for 9 days before washing ashore on Mount Parnassus. Aquarius is also sometimes identified with the beautiful Ganymede, a youth in Greek mythology and the son of the Trojan king Tros, who was taken to Mount Olympus by Zeus to act as a cup carrier to the gods. Yet another figure associated with the water bearer is Cecropes, a king of Athens who sacrificed water instead of wine to the gods. There are 3 major meteor showers with radiance that come from Aquarius. The Eta Aquarids, which is between April 21st and May 12th. This one is seen coming from the water jug. The Delta Aquarids, which peak once on July 29th and again on August 6th. And the Iota Aquarids, which also peaks on August 6th. Capricornus. Its name is Latin for the horn goat, or the goat horn, or having horns like a goat, and it is commonly represented in the form of a sea goat. This is a mythical creature that is half goat, half fish. This constellation is also located in the area of the sky called the Sea. It is the smallest constellation in the zodiac. The constellation was first attested in depictions on a cylinder seal from around the 21st century BCE. It was explicitly recorded in the Babylonian star catalogs before 1000 BCE. In the early Bronze Age, the winter solstice occurred in the constellation. But due to the precession of the equinoxes, the December solstice now takes place in the constellation Sagittarius. The Sun is now in the constellation Capricorn from late January through mid-February. Although the solstice during the Northern Hemisphere's winter no longer takes place while the Sun is in the constellation Capricornus, as it did until 130 BCE, the astrological sign called Capricorn is still used to denote the position of the solstice, and the latitude of the Sun's most southerly position continues to be called the Tropic of Capricorn, a term which also applies to the line on the Earth at which the Sun is directly overhead at local noon on the day of the December solstice. Despite its faintness, the constellation Capricornus has one of the oldest mythological associations, having been consistently represented as a hybrid of a goat and a fish since the Middle Bronze Age, when the Babylonians used Mulsuhermas, the goatfish, as a symbol of their god Ah. In Greek mythology, the constellation is sometimes identified as Amathea, the goat that suckled the infant Zeus after his mother Rhea saved him from being devoured by his father Kronos. Sagittarius. Its name is Latin for the archer and is commonly represented as a centaur pulling back a bow. The Babylonians identified Sagittarius as the god Nergal, a strange centaur-like creature firing an arrow from a bow. In Greek mythology, Sagittarius is usually identified as a centaur, half human, half horse. However, perhaps due to the Greeks' adoption of the Sumerian constellation, some confusion surrounds the identity of the archer. Some identify Sagittarius as the centaur Chiron, the son of Philyra and Kronos, who is said to have changed himself into a horse to escape his jealous wife, Rhea, and tutor to Jason. As there are two centaurs in the sky, some identify Chiron with the other constellation known as Centaurus. Or, as an alternative tradition holds, that Chiron devised the constellations Sagittarius and Centaurus to help guide the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece. A competing mythological tradition, as espoused by Eratosthenes, identified the archer not as a centaur, but as the satyr Crotus, son of Pan, who Greeks credited with the invention of archery. According to myth, Crotus often went hunting on horseback and lived among the Muses, who requested that Zeus place him in the sky, where he is seen demonstrating archery. The arrow of the constellation points towards the star Antares, the heart of the scorpion, and Sagittarius stands poised to attack should Scorpius ever attack the nearby Hercules, or to avenge Scorpius's slaying of Orion. Scorpius. Its name is Latin for scorpion. It is a large constellation located in the southern hemisphere near the center of the Milky Way. It is written that Orion boasted to goddess Artemis and her mother Leto that he would kill every animal on earth. Although Artemis was known to be a hunter herself, she offered protection to all the creatures. Artemis and her mother Leto sent a scorpion to deal with Orion. The pair battled, and the scorpion killed Orion. However, the contest was apparently a lively one that caught the attention of the king of the gods, Zeus, who later raised the scorpion to heaven at the request of Artemis. So every winter, Orion hunts in the sky, but every summer he flees as the constellation of Scorpion comes. In another Greek story involving Scorpio without Orion, Phaeton, whom is the mortal male offspring of Helios, went to his father, who had earlier sworn by the river Styx to give Phaeton anything he should ask for. Phaeton wanted to drive his father's sun chariot for a day. Although Helios tried to dissuade his son, Phaeton was adamant. However, when the day arrived, Phaeton panicked and lost control of the white horses that drew the chariot. First, the earth grew chill as Phaeton flew too high and encountered the celestial scorpion. Its deadly sting raised a strike. Alarmed, he dipped the chariot too close, causing all the vegetation to burn. By accident, Phaeton turned most of Africa into a desert and darkened the skin of the Ethiopian nation. Eventually, Zeus was forced to intervene by striking the runaway chariot and Phaeton with a lightning bolt to put an end to its rampage, and Phaeton plunged into the river Eridanos. The Babylonians called this constellation Mul-Ghurtab, the Scorpion. The signs can literally read as the creature with a burning sting. In some old descriptions, the constellation Libra was treated as the scorpion's claws. Libra was known as the claws of Scorpion in the Babylonian times. The Western astrological sign Scorpio differs from the astronomical constellation. Astronomically, the Sun is in Scorpius for only 6 days, from November 23rd to November 28th. Scorpius corresponds to the Hindu nakshatras Anuradha, Yeshtha, and Mula. Libra. Its name is Latin for weighing scales. Libra was known in Babylonian astronomy as Mul Zibanu, the scales or balance, as alternatively as the claws of Scorpion. The scales were held sacred to the sun god Shamash, who was also the patron of truth and justice. It was also seen as the scorpion's claws in ancient Greece. In Arabic, Zubana means scorpion's claws, and likely, similarly in other Semitic languages, this resemblance of words may be why the scorpion's claws became the scales. It has also been suggested that the scales are an allusion to the fact that when the sun entered this part of the ecliptic at the autumnal equinox, the days and nights are equal. Libra's status as the location of the equinox earned the equinox the name first point of Libra, though this location ceased to coincide with the constellation in 730 AD because of the precession of the equinoxes. In ancient Egypt, the 3 brightest stars of Libra formed a constellation that they viewed as a boat. Virgo. Its name is Latin for virgin. Virgo is prominent in the spring sky in the northern hemisphere, visible all night in March and April. As the largest zodiac constellation, the sun takes 44 days to pass through it, longer than any other. During the Middle Ages, Virgo sometimes was associated with the Blessed Virgin Mary. Early Greek astronomy associated the Babylonian constellation with their goddess Demeter. The Romans associated it with their goddess Ceres. Alternatively, the constellation was sometimes identified as the virgin goddess Iastita or Astrea, holding the scales of justice in her hand. That has now been separated as the constellation Libra. Classical Times identifies Virgo as Erigon, the daughter of Icarius of Athens. Icarius, who had been favored by Dionysus, was killed by his shepherds while they were intoxicated, after which Erigon hanged herself in grief. Another figure who is associated with the constellation Virgo was the spring goddess Persephone, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, who had married Hades and resides in the underworld during the summer. Leo. Its name is Latin for lion. Leo, was one of the earliest recognized constellations, with archaeological evidence that the Mesopotamians had a similar constellation as early as 4000 BCE. The Persians called Leo Sur, or Shur. The Turks referred to it as Artan. For the Syrians, it was Aryo. For the Jews, it was Eri. The Indians called him Simha. All of these mean lion. Some mythologists believe that in Sumeria, Leo represented the monster Humbaba, who was killed by Gilgamesh. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was called Argula, the Great Lion. The bright star, Regulus, was known as the star that stands at the lion's breast. Regulus also had distinctly regal associations, as it was known as the king star. In Greek mythology, Leo was identified as the Nemean lion, which was killed by Hercules during the first of his 12 labors. The Nemean lion would take women as hostages to its lair in the cave, luring warriors from nearby towns to save the damsel in distress. To their misfortune, the lion was impervious to any weaponry. Thus, the warriors' clubs, swords, and spears were rendered useless against it. Realizing that he must defeat the lion with his bare hands, Hercules slipped into the lion's cave and engaged it at close quarters. When the lion pounced, Hercules caught it in mid-air, one hand grasping the lion's forelegs and the other his hind legs, and bent it backwards, breaking its back and freeing the trapped maidens. Zeus commemorated this labor by placing the lion in the sky. As of 2002, the sun appears in the constellation Leo from August 10th to September 10th, and the meteor shower, the Leonids, occur in November, peaking on November 14th and 15th. It causes a significant outburst every 35 years. Cancer. Its name is Latin for crab. It is best visible at 9 p.m. during the month of March. Under city skies, Cancer is invisible to the naked eye. Cancer is said to have been the place for the Akkadian sun of the south, perhaps from its position at the summer solstice in very remote antiquity. But afterwards it was associated with the fourth month, Duzu, that's June through July in the modern Western calendar, and was known for the northern gate of the sun. Showing but few stars, Cancer was often considered the dark sign, quaintly described as black and without eyes. Dante, alluding to this faintness and position in the heavens, wrote in Paradiso, "Then a light among them brightened, so that if Cancer one such crystal had, winter would have a month of one sole day." Cancer was the location of the sun's most northerly position in the sky, the summer solstice, in ancient times, though this position now occurs in Taurus due to the precession of the equinoxes around June 21st. This is the time the sun is directly overhead at 23.5 degrees north, a parallel now known as the Tropic of Cancer. In Coptic Egypt, it identified with Anubis, one of the Egyptian divinities commonly associated with Sirius. Gemini. Its name is Latin for twins. In classical antiquity, Cancer and not Gemini was the location of the sun on the first day of summer. In 1990, the location of the sun on the first day of summer moved from Gemini to Taurus. The sun will move through Gemini from June 21st through July 20th, all the way through the year 2062. Gemini is prominent in the winter skies of the northern hemisphere and is visible the entire night in December and January. In Babylonian astronomy, the stars Castor and Pollux were known as the Great Twins. The twins were regarded as minor gods and were called Meshlamteia and Lugalira, meaning respectively the one who has risen from the underworld and the mighty king. Both names can be understood as titles of Nergal, the major Babylonian god of plague and pestilence, who is the king of the underworld. The Geminids are a bright meteor shower that peak on December 13th and 14th. The Epsilon Geminids peak between October 18th and October 29th and have only been recently confirmed. They overlap with Orionids, which makes the Epsilon Geminids difficult to detect visually. Taurus. The name is Latin for the bull. Taurus is a large and prominent constellation in the northern hemisphere's winter sky. It is one of the oldest constellations, dating back to at least the early Bronze Age, when it marked the location of the sun during the spring equinox. Its importance to the agricultural calendar influenced various bull figures in mythology of ancient Sumer. Also Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The identification of the constellation of Taurus with a bull is very old, certainly dating back to the Chalcolithic and perhaps even the Upper Paleolithic. Taurus is represented in a cave painting at the Hall of Bulls in the caves at Lascaux. It is accompanied by a depiction of the Pleiades. Taurus marked the point of the vernal spring equinox from about 4000 BC to 1700 BC, after which it moved to the neighboring constellation Aries. The Pleiades were closest to the sun at the vernal equinox around the 23rd century BC. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was listed in the Mola Pen as Guaana, the bull of heaven. It has been claimed that when the Babylonians first set up their zodiac, the vernal equinox laid in Taurus. The old Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Ishtar sends Taurus, the bull of heaven, to kill Gilgamesh for spurning her advances. Enkidu tears off the bull's hind part and hurls the quarters into the sky, where they become the stars we now know as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Some locate Gilgamesh as the neighboring constellation of Orion, facing Taurus as if in combat, while others identify him with the sun, whose rising on the equinox vanquishes the constellation. In early Mesopotamian art, the bull of heaven was closely associated with Inanna. In Greek mythology, Taurus was identified with Zeus, who assumed the form of a magnificent white bull to abduct Europa, a legendary Phoenician princess. In illustrations of Greek mythology, only the front portion of this constellation is depicted. This was sometimes explained as Taurus being partially submerged as he carried Europa out of the sea. A second Greek myth portrays Taurus as Io, a mistress of Zeus. To hide his lover from his wife, Hera, Zeus changed Io into the form of a heifer. Greek mythographer Acuslias marks the bull Taurus as the same that formed the myth of the Cretan bull, which was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. As of 2008, the sun appears in the constellation Taurus from May 13th to June 21st. Aries. The name is Latin for the ram. Aries came to represent specifically the ram whose fleece became the golden fleece of ancient Greek mythology. It has represented a ram since the late Babylonian times. Aries is recognized as an official specific region of the sky. In the description of the Babylonian zodiac given in the clay tablets, the constellation, now known as Aries, was the final station along the ecliptic. The earliest identifiable reference to Aries as a distinct constellation comes from the boundary stones that date from 1350 to 1000 BC. In ancient Egyptian astronomy, Aries was associated with the god Amun-Ra. It was called the indicator of the reborn sun. During the times of the year when Aries was prominent, priests would process statues of Amun-Ra to temples. Aries acquired the title Lord of the Head in Egypt, referring to its symbolic and mythological importance. The first point of Aries, the location of the vernal equinox, is named for the constellation. This is because the sun crossed the celestial equator from south to north in Aries more than 2 millennia ago. Hipparchus identified it in 130 BC as the point south of Gamma Erectus. Because of the process of the equinoxes, the first point of Aries has since moved into Pisces and will move into Aquarius around 2600 AD. The sun now appears in Aries from late April through mid-May, though the constellation is still associated with the beginning of spring. In a similar system to the Chinese, the first lunar mansion in Hindu astronomy was called Aswini, after the traditional name for the Beta and Gamma Erectus, the Aswins. Because the Hindu New Year begins with the vernal equinox, Aries itself is known as Ajah and Misha. In Hebrew astronomy, Aries was named Tele, It signified either Simeon or God, and generally symbolizes the Lamb of the world. Aries is home to several meteor showers. Most of the daytime Aretids are not visible to the naked eye. They are observed in a radio spectrum. This is possible because of the ionized gas they leave in their wake. Other meteor showers radiate from Aries during the day. This includes the daytime Epsilon Arids, and they appear from October 12th to October 23rd. Also, the northern and southern daytime May Aretids and the Delta Aretids are another meteor shower radiating from Aries. The shower lasts from December 8th to January 14th. We also have the autumn Aretids, which also radiate from Aries, and this lasts from September 7th to October 27th. Pisces. Pisces originates from some composition of the Great Swallow. In current Western Pisces and Anuntium, the Lady of Heaven, at the place of the northern fish. In the first millennium BC, text known as the Astronomical Diaries, part of the Constellation, was also called Dununu, the fish cord or the ribbon. In the Greek version, according to Hyginus, Aphrodite and Eros, while visiting Syria, fled from the monster Typhon by leaping into the Euphrates River and transforming into fish. The Roman variant of the story has Venus and Cupid being carried away from this danger on the back of two fishes. There is also a somewhat different origin tale that Hyginus preserved in another work. According to this, an egg rolled into the Euphrates, and some fishes nudged this to shore, after which the doves sat on the egg until Aphrodite hatched out of it. The fishes were then rewarded by being placed in the sky as a constellation. This story is also recorded by the Third Vatican mythographer, Pegasus, a constellation in the northern sky, named after the winged horse Pegasus in Greek mythology. Pegasus in Greek mythology was a winged horse with magical powers. One myth regarding his powers says that his hooves dug out a spring. Pegasus was the one who delivered Medusa's head, after which he traveled to Mount Olympus in order to be the bearer of thunder and lightning for Zeus. Eventually, he became the horse to Bellerophon, who was asked to kill the Chimera, and succeeded with the help of Athena and Pegasus. Despite his success, after the death of his children, Bellerophon asked Pegasus to take him to Mount Olympus. Though Pegasus agreed, he plummeted back to Earth after Zeus either threw him a thunderbolt at him or made Pegasus buck him off. Pegasus was also recognized in some myths as the son of the Gorgon Medusa and the god Poseidon. In ancient Persia, Pegasus was depicted by Al-Sufi as a complete horse facing east. Unlike most other ureographers who had depicted Pegasus as half of a horse rising out of the ocean. In Hindu astronomy, the Great Square Pegasus contained the 26th and 27th lunar mansions. More specifically, it represented a bedstead that was a resting place for the moon. Aquila. is a constellation on the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for eagle, and it represents the bird that carried Zeus, or Jupiter's thunderbolt in Greek Roman mythology. In Hinduism, the constellation Aquila is identified with the half-eagle, half-human deity Garuda. In Chinese astronomy, it is located within the heavenly market enclosure. The Maori people named Altair Potu Te Rangi, which means pillar of the sky, because of its very important position in their cosmology. Scutum. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the shield in Latin. It is the fifth smallest constellation in the sky. The constellation was originally introduced by the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius in the 17th century. Hevelius named it Scutum Sobisianum, the shield of Sobieski, in honor of the Polish king Jan III Sobieski, who had been victorious in the Battle of Vienna in 1683. Scutum constellation is not associated with any myths. This is also not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Lyra is a small constellation. Lyra was often represented on star maps as a vulture or an eagle carrying a lyre, and hence is sometimes referred to as Vultur Cadens or Aquila Cadens, which means falling vulture or falling eagle. Lyra is nearly overhead in temperate northern latitudes shortly after midnight after the start of summer. From the equator to about the 40th parallel south, it is visible low in the northern sky during the same winter months. In Greek mythology, Lyra represents the lyre of Orpheus, made by Hermes from a tortoise shell, given to Apollo as a bargain. It was said to be the first lyre ever produced. Orpheus's music was said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as trees, streams, and rocks could be charmed. Joining Jason and the Argonauts, his music was able to quell the voices of the dangerous sirens who sang tempting songs to the Argonauts. At one point, Orpheus married Eurydice, a nymph. While fleeing from an attack by Aristeus, she stepped on a snake that bit her, killing her. To reclaim her, Orpheus entered the underworld, where the music from his lyre charmed Hades. Hades relented and let Orpheus bring Eurydice back on the condition that he never once looked back until outside. Unfortunately, near the very end, Orpheus faltered and looked back, causing Eurydice to be left in the underworld forever. Orpheus spent the rest of his life strumming his lyre while wandering aimlessly through the land, rejecting all marriage offers from women. Hercules is a constellation named after Hercules, the Roman hero, adapted from the Greek hero Hercules. The earliest Greek reference to the constellation do not refer to it as Hercules. Aratus describes it as follows: right there, in Draco's orbit wheel a phantom form, like to a man that strives at a task. That sign no man knows how to read clearly, nor what the task he is bent, but men simply call him on his knees. Now that phantom that toils on his knees seems to sit on a bended knee, and from both his shoulders his hands are upraised and stretched, one this way and one that, a fathom's length. Over the middle of the head of the crooked dragon he has the tip of his right foot. Here too that crown, which glorious Dionysus set to be a memorial of the dead Eridine, wheels beneath the back of the toil-spent phantom. To the phantom's back the crown is near, but by his head mark near at hand the head of Ophiuchus. Hermes pierced for strings and bade it be called the lyra, and he brought it into the heaven and set it in front of the unknown phantom. That croucher on his knees comes near the lyre with his left knee, but the top of the bird's head wheels on the other side, and between the bird's head and the phantom's knee is instarred the lyre. The story connecting Hercules with the constellation is recounted by Dionysus on his way back to Mycenae from Iberia, having obtained the castle of Geryon as his 10th labor. Hercules came to Liguria in northwestern Italy, where he engaged in battle with two giants, Albion and Bergion. The opponents were strong. Hercules was in a difficult position, so he prayed to his father Zeus for help. With the aegis of Zeus, Hercules won the battle. It was this kneeling position of Hercules, when prayed to his father Zeus, that gave him the name the Kneeler. Corona Borealis is a small constellation in the northern celestial hemisphere. Its brightest stars form a semicircle arc. Its Latin name, inspired by its shape, means northern crown. In classical mythology, Corona Borealis generally represents the crown given by the god Dionysus to the Cretan princess Eridine, and set by him in the heavens. Other cultures linked the pattern to a circle of elders, an eagle's nest, a bear's den, or even a smoke hole. Ptolemy also listed a southern counterpart, the Corona Australis, with a similar pattern. In Greek mythology, Corona Borealis was linked to the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur. It was generally considered to represent a crown given by Dionysus to Eridine, after she had been abandoned by the Athenian princess Theseus. When she wore the crown at her marriage to Dionysus, he placed it in the heavens to commemorate their wedding. In wealth mythology, it was called Caer Arianahud, the castle of the silver circle, and was the heavenly abode of the lady Arianahud. To ancient Balts, Corona Borealis was known as Darzelis, the flower garden. The Skitty people of Native America saw the stars of Corona Borealis representing a council of stars whose chief was Polaris. The Shawnee people saw the stars as the heavenly sisters who descended from the sky every night to dance on earth. Bootes is a constellation in the northern sky. The name comes from the Greek meaning herdsman or plowman. In ancient Babylon, the stars of Bootes were known as Shupa. They were apparently depicted as the god Enlil. The name Bootes was first used by Homer in his Odyssey as a celestial reference point for navigation, described as late setting or slow to set. Exactly whom Bootes is supposed to represent in Greek mythology is not clear. According to one version, he was a son of Demeter, twin brother of Plutus, a plowman who drove the oxen in the constellation Ursa Major. The Greek name for Bootes means bear watcher. The stars of Bootes were incorporated into many different Chinese constellations. Arcturus was part of the most prominent of these, variously designated as the Celestial King's Throne, or the Blue Dragon's Horn. Arcturus was given much importance in Chinese celestial mythology because of its status marking the beginning of the lunar calendar. Depictions of Bootes have varied historically. Aratus described him circling the North Pole, herding the two bears. Later, in ancient Greek depictions described by Ptolemy, have him holding the reins of his hunting dogs in his left hand, with a spear, club, or staff in his right hand. After Hevelius introduced Mon Maenalus in 1681, Bootes was often depicted standing on the Peloponnese mountain. Ursa Major, also known as the Great Bear, is a constellation in the northern sky whose associated mythology likely dates back into prehistory. Its Latin name means greater or larger she-bear, referring to and contrasting it with the nearby Ursa Minor, the lesser bear. Ursa Major is primarily known from the asterism of its 7 main stars, which has been called the Big Dipper. Its 2 brightest stars can be used as navigational pointer towards the place of the current North Pole star Polaris. Ursa Major is visible throughout the year from most of the northern hemisphere and appears circumpolar above the mid-northern latitudes. From southern temperate latitudes, the main asterism is invisible. In Roman mythology, Jupiter, the king of gods, lusts after a young woman named Callisto, a nymph of Diana. Jupiter's jealous wife discovers that Callisto has a son named Arcus and believes it's by Jupiter. Juno then transforms the beautiful Callisto into a bear, so she no longer attracts Jupiter. Callisto, while in bear form, later encounters her son Arcus. Arcus almost shoots the bear, but to avert the tragedy, Jupiter turns Arcus into a bear too and puts them both in the sky, forming Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. In ancient times, the name of the constellation was Helike, which means turning, because it turns around the pole. It is the sole constellation that never sinks below the horizon and bathes in the ocean's waves. So this is why it's used as a celestial reference point for navigation. Draco is a constellation in the far northern sky. Its name is Latin for dragon. Draco is circumpolar, never setting, and can be seen all year from the northern latitudes. Thuban, a Draconis, was the northern pole star from 3942 BC when it moved further north than Theta Butes until 1793 BC. The Egyptian pyramids were designed to have one side facing north, with an entrance passage geometrically aligned so that Thuban would be visible at night. Due to the effects of the precession, it will again be the pole star around the year AD 21,000. The traditional name of the Alpha Draconis, Thuban, means head of the serpent. Dragons in Greek mythology that may have inspired the constellation's name include Ledon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides. Hercules killed Ledon during his 12 labors. He was tasked with stealing the golden apples. In Greco-Roman legend, Draco was a dragon killed by the goddess Minerva and tossed into the sky upon his defeat. The dragon was one of the giants who battled the Olympic gods for 10 years. As Minerva threw the dragon, it became twisted on itself and froze at the cold north celestial pole before it could right itself. Sometimes Draco is represented as the Titan son of Gaia, Typhon. Traditionally, Arabic astronomy depicts that Draco had 100 magnificent heads, guarded the golden apple tree, and was put in the sky as a constellation for protecting the apples with valor. In February, we have the Draconids, which is a meteor shower that was discovered February 4th, 2011. Auriga is north of the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for the charioteer. Auriga is most prominent during winter evenings in the northern hemisphere, as are 5 other constellations that have stars in the winter hexagon asterism. Because of its northern declination, Auriga is only visible in its entirety as far as 34 degrees south. The first record of Auriga's stars was in Mesopotamia as a constellation called Gam, representing a scimitar or crook. In Greek mythology, Auriga is often identified as the mythological Greek hero Eratosthenes of Athens, the son of Hephaestus, who was raised by the goddess Athena. His chariot was created in the image of the sun's chariot, the reason Zeus placed him in the heavens. The Athenian hero then dedicated himself to Athena, and soon after Zeus raised him into the night sky in honor of his ingenuity and his heroic deeds. Indigenous people of California and Nevada also noticed the bright patterns of Auriga's stars. To them, the constellation's bright stars formed a curve that was represented in crescent-shaped petroglyphs. The people of Marshall Island featured Auriga in the myth of Dumur, which tells the story of the creation of the sky. Antares in Scorpius represents Dumur, the oldest son of the star's mother, and the Pleiades represent her youngest son. Eureka is home to 2 meteor showers. The Euregids, and formerly called the Alpha Euregids, are renowned for their intermittent outbursts, such as those in 1935, 1986, 1994, and 2007. The Zeta Euregids are a weak shower with a northern and southern branch lasting from December 11th to January 21st. Perseus is a constellation in the northern sky, being named after the Greek mythological hero Perseus. Perseus was tasked with saving Andromeda from the Kraken. Perseus hosts the radiant of the annual Perseids meteor shower, one of the most prominent meteor showers in the sky. They radiate from mid-July, peaking in activity between the 9th and 10th of August each year. They have been observed for about 2,000 years. Horologium. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the clock in Latin. It is a small, faint constellation that was created in the 18th century by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille. Lacaille originally named the constellation Horologium Oscillatorium, or the pendulum clock, but the name was later shortened simply to Horologium, the clock. The constellation is not associated with any myths and does not have any bright stars. This is not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Crater is a small constellation in the southern celestial hemisphere. It depicts a cup that has been associated with the god Apollo and is perched on the back of Hydra, the water snake. Crater is identified with a story from Greek mythology in which a crow or raven serves Apollo and is sent to fetch water. But it delays its journey as it finds some figs and waits for them to ripen before eating them. Finally, it retrieves the water in a cup and takes back a water snake, blaming it for drinking the water. According to the myth, Apollo saw through the fraud and angrily cast the crow, cup, and snake into the sky. The 3 constellations were arranged in such a way that the crow was prevented from drinking from the cup. Phylarchus wrote of a different origin for Crater. He told how the city of Eleusa near Troy was beset by plague. Its ruler, Demiphon, consulted an oracle who decreed that a maiden would be sacrificed each year. Demiphon declared that he would choose a maiden by lottery, but did not include his own daughters. One noble objected, so Demiphon sacrificed his daughter. Later, Mastusius killed Demiphon's daughters and fed the ruler a mixture of their blood and wine from a cup. Upon finding out the deed, the king ordered Mastusius and the cup to be thrown into the sea. Crater signifies the cup. The craterids are a faint meteor shower that takes place between January 11th and January 22nd. Argo, a very large constellation in the southern sky that has been divided into 3 constellations of Carina, Puppis, and Vela. The genitive was Argus Navis. Flamsteed and other early modern astronomers called the constellation Navis, the ship. It was identified in Greek mythology with Argo, the ship used by Jason and the Argonauts that sailed to Colosseum in search of the Golden Fleece. The original constellation is presently found near the southern horizon of the Mediterranean sky, becoming visible in springtime and sailed westward, skimming along the river of the Milky Way. Argo Navis was long known to Greek observers who were believed to have derived it from Egypt around 1000 BCE. For example, Plutarch identified Argo with the Egyptian constellation called the Boat of Osiris. Ptolemy described Argo as occupying the portion of the Milky Way between Canis Major and Centaurus, and identified stars comprising such detail as the little shield, the steering oar, the mast holder, the stern ornament, which continued to be reflected in cartographic representations in celestial atlases into the 19th century. Another interesting feature of the constellation is that it appeared to be moving backwards against the backdrop of the night sky. The final breakup and abolishment of Argo was proposed by Sir John Herschel in 1841 and again in 1844. As a result of this breakup, Argo is the only one of the 48 original constellations listed by Ptolemy in his Almagest that is no longer officially recognized as a single constellation. The tools. These are three interesting looking constellations that are shaped like a ruler, a square set, a compass, and a triangle. These are not Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. The first is Norma. It means normal in Latin, referring to a right angle, and it represents a level, a set square, a ruler, and a carpenter square. The constellation was introduced in the mid-18th century. Norma constellation is not associated with any myths. Circinus is a constellation located in the southern sky. Its name means the compass in Latin, referring to the tool used for drawing circles. Circinus was created and first catalogued by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille in the 18th century. Lacaille created the constellation to bridge the void between Triangulum Australe and the stars marking Centaurus's forefeet. Triangulum Australe is a constellation that lies in the southern sky. Its name means the southern triangle in Latin. The three brightest stars in the constellation form an equilateral triangle. Triangulum Australe was created by the Dutch astronomer Petrus Plancius in the late 16th century. The constellation is located too far south to be visible from Europe and most of the northern hemisphere, but it never sets below the horizon south of the equator. Now, let's take a look at some other zodiac-related data. The movements. The zodiacs have 3 different movements. They are in 3 groups of 4, each group having its own type of movement. The first is a fixed group, which the movement is like a square. This group consists of Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. The second is the mutable group, which the movement is that of an infinity sign. This group consists of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and Sagittarius. The last group is the cardinal group, which the movement is a direct movement of either up, down, toward you, or away from you. This group consists of Capricorn, Libra, Cancer, and Aries. The next bit we can look at is the information given to us about the pre-Diluvian zodiac. Evidence of a correspondence between the pre-Diluvian patriarchs and the signs of the zodiac is found in the Jewish synagogue inscription from Engedi. The synagogue itself was destroyed around 530 AD. The zodiac signs were allocated to Adam and his descendants as follows. Abel, Aries. Aries is the sign representing the first generation, and Aries is the first sign of the zodiac in every astrological system. Aries, the lamb, represents Adam's firstborn Abel, the shepherd. Seth, Taurus. Seth was so named because his mother Eve exclaimed at his birth, "God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, whom Cain slew." The other seed is really the same seed in another form. The exchange of Seth for Abel because of the latter's murder by Cain is exactly symbolized in the conjoined sign Taurus and Eureka. The jealous bull attacks 2 children who are protected by the shepherd Eureka and Capella, the latter being the children's mother, Eureka, Adam, Capella, Eve. And the 2 children of Eve are Seth and Abel. The Hermetic literature states that Agathodaimon is the biblical patriarch Seth. In Egypt, Agathodaimon was equated with Osiris, and Osiris was believed to be represented in the zodiac by the sign of Taurus. Enoch, Gemini. The name Enoch means human companionship. It is represented in the zodiac by 2 equivalent males, 2 men embracing in fellowship, or a male and a female pair, the Gemini. Canaan, Cancer. Canaan means gathering together into a home, nest, or community. It is represented in the zodiac by a crab or similar creature gathering together its offspring with its pincers. The offspring being the cluster of stars known as Praecipi. Mahalalel. Leo. Mahalalel means public recognition or acclaim of the divine leader, symbolized in the zodiac by a lion, the universally recognized king of beasts. Jared, Virgo. Jared means descent or fall anciently. Jared's name was taken to signify prophetically the pre-Diluvian descent of the sons of God and their indiscriminate comings with the daughters of men. This in turn was a historical development and reduplication of the fall of Eve. As Eve was seduced by the fallen angel Satan working through the serpent, so the daughters of men were seduced by the fallen sons of God. God promised, however, that a seed of the woman would come one day who would crush the serpent's head and who would be wounded in the heel himself in the process. This great Bible theme is symbolized by the sign of Virgo, which represents a sexually mature virgin holding a vine plant who is the mother of a seed, spica. The botanical imagery is clear throughout. The virgin lying on her side is actually identified with the fallen tree or felled branch, which is to bring forth the promised seed. Sometimes the branch is a palm branch, the palm being a tree which reproduces by fertilizing itself, the virgin birth. Enoch, Libra. Enoch means to begin to teach, instruct, train, tame, break in, or to initiate an animal or human, originally by control of the jaws or rubbing the palate. It is symbolized by the sign of Libra, meaning the beginning of the acquisition of judgment or discernment, and originally this sign forms the jaws of the claws of the scorpion, representing divine judgment by the word. The sign depicts the commencement of the weighing, one scale being lower than the other, specifically the beginning of judgment or discernment. Methuselah, Scorpio. Methuselah means armed man or security man, man of a sting or dart. It is symbolized by Scorpio, a creature armed with a sting, which it throws at its victim like a dart, using its bow like a tail. Lamech, Sagittarius, comes from the root LMK. The meaning is to melt, sink down, cringe, bow, be bent, vanish away, fade or dissolve, so that the LMK is a variant of NMK, to dissolve. As elsewhere in Hebrew, L and M are interchangeable. The root NMK is cognate to the word makak, which are used to describe the melting, bending, or bowing effect. The name Lamech is a noun formed from this root and therefore means bowing or bending, being aptly symbolized by the bent bow of Sagittarius. And in some zodiacs, the asterism is represented accordingly simply by a bent bow. The loaded bow is also a symbol of male fertility, hence the equine body of Sagittarius and other zodiacs. other connotation is fading out, so that Sagittarius is specifically the shooter of meteoric arrows, which burn out in the atmosphere. From the root meaning arises the further signification, subdue level, cause the bow down, overthrown. And hence the name Lamech is interpreted to mean the strong, the mighty, the wild and invincible overthrower. This meaning, too, is aptly portrayed by the figure of a wild centaur stepping forward in combat in the act of firing a bow, leveling his enemies with a shower of meteoric arrows. Noah, Capricorn. Noah means rest or relief, literally the reclining of an animal. It is symbolized by the reclining ungulate, goat, sheep, or antelope of Capricorn, which in some zodiacs is simply a reclining ungulate, but in others it is depicted with the tail of a fish, representing the two phases of Noah's life, pre and post-flood. The flood was believed to have been foretold by a gathering of all the planets in the signs of Capricorn. Japheth and Ham. Pisces. Japheth means multiplication of progeny or numerical expansion. It is represented by crossed fishes in Pisces, the fish being symbolic of the numerical increase of progeny. There is a further reference in the sign to the flood through which Japheth passed, and to the fact that there was a conflict between Japheth's descendants and Hamites, specifically with Ham's son Canaan and his progeny, who, though bound by his family kinship to Japheth, which is the band around the sign of Pisces, yet tended in earthly and opposite directions, symbolized by the fish in Pisces swimming along the ecliptic, the worldly path, contrary to the direction of other fish, which is swimming towards the zenith. And the last bit I'd like to finish with is the fact that the zodiac relates to the gates. This was presented originally with the seasons video, so let's focus on this information. Each of the 12 gates is associated directly with a particular zodiac in relation to which gate the sun is launching from during the year. They are as follows. Gate 4R is Aries. Gate 5R is Taurus. Gate 6R is Gemini. Gate 6F is Cancer. Gate 5F is Leo. Gate 4F is Virgo. Gate 3R is Libra. Gate 2R is Scorpio. Gate 1R is Sagittarius. Gate 1F is Capricorn. Gate 2F is Aquarius. And Gate 3F is Pisces. This explains our zodiac months, as well as why the sun appears to rise from a specific degree for so long. It's simply rising from the front and rear gate of this area. This also, as presented in the seasons video, gives us the analemma of the sun, the infinity symbol. So, I hope you enjoyed learning about the heavens as much as I did. Now, I'm going to hand it over so we can head down to hell.
You better buckle up for this one, people. We're on an express elevator to hell, but we will be coming back. What you are seeing is real-world magnetic data supplied by Ceres, showing a top-down view of our realm. This is a clip he made to show how we can move around the magnetic data. This particular clip is descending from an altitude of 130,000 kilometers, that's 80,778 miles, down to the centre of our map. X marks the spot. Notice the coiled areas rising to amazing heights. These go deep below ground. The thin white lines you can see crossing them are this magnetic data we see here, the same data we have seen clouds taking the shape of. Each of these coiled areas would represent the angel technology below, the particle accelerators, the seal of the 144,000 in their sealed rooms below. Remember, Scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. This is just some of the many that will be down there. The spiraling effect from them is their signature. You can see how the one at the centre is being compressed by others and its pressure wave is forced north and south. This is the compression and expansion that we covered in our Let There Be Light video, and it is amazing to see it show on this magnetic data, thus confirming the APM model more. North is the top right and south the bottom left. The equator is going bottom right to top left of your screen. And now a sneak preview of what is below. This is looking directly over the equator and reveals some very interesting formations below. We will be looking forward to more of this data from Ceres, and we can present and explain them in future videos. This is amazing work by Ceres, and I'll leave a link to his channel below. Here are a few more images from Ceres. Notice the coiled areas of magnetic data captured brilliantly. You can also see their pressure waves quite clearly in this. This is fantastic work and I can't wait to see more. To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape as a reference by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santa Spinacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. The smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I made this clip to show you what the constellations look like as they cross our map and grid. You can see the compression at the centre, and the ones in the north and south appear to be revolving around those locations. This, however, could be due to perspective and the way our eyes work. They may in fact be crossing in straight lines. This, of course, comes under the category of full exploration to reveal exactly what is taking place in the extreme north and south with our luminaries. Of course, we all know that exploration above and below certain latitudes are not exactly encouraged, in fact quite the opposite. The labels attributed to the luminaries are reversed, as this is a top-down view above them, so I could demonstrate them correctly going east to west. The alignments aren't perfect, but will serve their purpose for this demonstration. I faded the map and grid's opacity in and out so you can see the alignments as they cross the heavens. The program I'm using is called Stellaris and is a free download. The expansion and compression we demonstrated in our Let There Be Light video may also be playing a part in this, as they send a shockwave north and south. This is very evident in the magnetic data and may play a part in illuminating stars. Remember, Walter Russell states there is only light. At rest it is darkness, and when moved it becomes illuminated. It simply requires the correct circumstances to move, which you will get to see in a few moments. The fantastic constellation presentation One Conscience just presented will be continued into another video sometime. A big shout out go out here to Sandra's hubby, who has been doing some fantastic work in the graphics department and helping APM to bring this story to light. Well done that man, you know who you are. I want you to pay attention to the Milky Way in this clip. Do you see what I see? Yes, it is the sine wave. If you watch, you will see the sun always rises at the same location of the sine wave and moves with it. The sine wave is our luminary's prime driver. For example, it would push the sun, or rather in the underworld, it would push our solar boat, the scarab beetle, east to west. It would then return east following the movement of the sine wave, as we have shown to be the light they call the ISS. Do we not wonder why that light in the sky follows a sine wave path? I added the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn so you can see it is actually contained between these two locations, and very much involved in driving luminaries east to west. This is where our earth chakras come into play. If you remember my first video on this research, I added a waveform across the map, as I could see back then that it was related to the chakras and a waveform. That waveform is now decoded as the Milky Way, or perhaps we should call it the Milky Wave. When I showed my Nazca Line work, which decode to me as the technical blueprints to the realm, and the research and decodings one conscience and myself worked upon, to Jimbo, who is a black box engineer, he instantly recognised it as a setup very similar to a sweepback transformer and flyback killer, a cathode ray tube and an oscilloscope. You can watch Jimbo's breakdown of it on my channel. He is indeed correct, as our research is proving. Jimbo joined us to help with explaining the technical side of this configuration and is always at hand in the background helping when he can. I do think there are more waveforms of various frequencies that drive various luminaries, which we will get to in a moment. You can see how the sun in this clip is being moved within that sine wave. It would arrive in the west, shut down or switch to standby mode and be pushed east again ready for the next sunrise. This would be the flyback killer, which by design moves it as quickly as possible east. The light in the sky we call the ISS, in our opinion, is this light. We decoded it as Isis, Ra's mother, or Mary, the star of the sea. Every culture has a name for this process. We just seem to have forgotten what it all is truly related to.
To break down and decode this realm, we must look at it with a technological mindset, from the workings of it to the scriptures that describe it. Mount Sinai is a good example of one we can decode to show you how it's done easily. Mount Sinai is an unidentified mountain, except for some speculation in scriptures, where Moses receives the laws. So let's give it an APM decode. First, we'll have to put etymology to play here. I like to use a good dictionary to look up the words to find the meanings. You will find that words have other meanings when speaking in terms of electrical, physics, and mathematics. Mount means to climb or ascend, or to increase in amounts. Sin is the abbreviation of the sign in trigonometry. A stands for acceleration. I stands for inertia. Using these definitions, we can see what Mount Sinai really means. To reveal light, you accelerate it from inertia. You use the sine wave to increase the frequency to go from the dark to the light. The yin-yang comes into play here. Dark is the male resting, and white is the female moving light, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. These are the laws given to Moses. The laws were related to the luminaries, such as they will not transgress their bounds, nor stray from their course, which is referenced in the book of Enoch. Once you understand the workings of the realm, it is not hard to understand Enoch and other ancient texts. Okay, here I have taken some bits from Inanna going through the gates of the underworld. This story and all moon deities are relating to the moon and moon phases. This is the shutdown of the moon piece by piece, creating the phases that we see through the month leading up to the new moon, where it is shut down for 3 days. I am Inanna, Queen of Heaven, on my way to the east. Nettie spoke. Stay here, Inanna. I will speak to my queen. I will give her your message. Nettie, the chief gatekeeper of the Kur, entered the palace of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and said, My queen, a maid as tall as heaven, as wide as the earth, as strong as the foundations of the city wall, waits outside the palace gates. She has gathered together the 7 me. She has taken them in her hands, with the me in her possession. She has prepared herself. When Ereshkigal heard this, she spoke. Come, Nettie, my chief gatekeeper of the Kur, heed my words. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld. Then, one by one, open each gate a crack. Let Inanna enter. As she enters, remove her royal garments. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter bowed low. When she entered the first gate, from her head the shagura, the crown of the steep, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the second gate, from her neck the small lapis beads were removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the third gate, from her breast the double strand of beads was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fourth gate, from her chest the breastplate called Let Him Come, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fifth gate, from her wrist the gold ring was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the sixth gate, from her hand the lapis measuring rod and line was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the seventh gate, from her body the royal robe was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started towards the throne, the Anuanna. The judges of the underworld surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spoke against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall. When after 3 days and 3 nights Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the assembled places. She circled the houses of the gods. She tore at her eyes. She tore at her mouth. She tore at her thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. The corpse was given to them. The Kugara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galater sprinkled the water of life on the corpse. Inanna rose. And now I'll hand it over to a technical breakdown of this process from FPV. Thank you.
Okay, so following on from Inanna, who was obviously the moon, and the story was about the lunar phases. I looked into the phases as we previously mentioned and the waveform overlaps that have to be occurring. Lunar phases. This is one occlusion of a waveform on our moon that creates what we call phases. Going back to Inanna, this is the moon being occluded by this waveform until it is in full totality and becomes a new moon. Inanna's me and my 7, total 8 nodes being occluded. The moon has to be a similar halo that has 8 nodes just like our sun. It then goes through its various phases again until its next occlusion. It is the same occlusion but a top-down perspective. This waveform decodes as Rahu. Rahu is a shadow entity if you look it up, one that causes eclipses and is the king of meteors. The moon being swallowed by Rahu is in fact this waveform shadow. Lunar eclipses. We have something special to show you with the lunar eclipses. If you look carefully, you will see as an occlusion of 2 separate waveforms, one being dark, the other red. This is causing a polarization effect on our spherical ball of light we call the moon. You will notice on the time and date animation they also had to use 2 separate waveforms to achieve the same effect. Here's another top-down view of the lunar eclipse. The red wave decodes as Ketu. This is the second waveform you see going across the moon, then exiting, and then the first larger waveform exits. Ketu is regarded as a shadow planet, but like Rahu, it casts its own shadow. The lunar eclipse is 2 eclipses in one. Be sure to keep recording after the red wave Ketu has left, or you will miss the first larger waveform exiting the scene. This one still needs identified but is clearly a larger waveform than Ketu.
Today let's look into obelisks, temples and other structures around the world. The truth is in plain sight, and because of what we are taught we do not understand the significance of the structures around us, or the layouts of the very areas around these in the microform of the surrounding areas all the way through the macroforms of towns and cities. The obelisk name came from ancient Greece, obeliscus, diminutive of obelos. Originally they were called tekenu by the ancient Egyptians. Tekenu means to pierce, as in to pierce the sky. Another meaning of pierce, you may not be aware, is to transfix, which means to make motionless. This to me is interpreted as the fixed stars which do not move across the ecliptic. In the same way as planets, they appear to be motionless. These are our constellations. Ancient obelisks are monolithic. They consist of a single stone. Herodotus, a Greek traveller, was the first of recorded history that is told to us to describe the objects. The earliest temple obelisk is still in its original position in Heliopolis and stands 68 feet high and weighs 120 metric ton. It symbolised the sun god Ra, and during the religious reformation of Akhenaten it was said to have been a petrified ray of the Aten, the sun disk. It was also thought that the god existed within the structure. Let's take a moment and look at some highlights of the Egyptian creation story, as this will relate to the obelisk and the obelisk site designs. In the beginning there was darkness, a watery abyss of chaos, the primordial ocean of Nun. Out of the Nun came the Benben, which is the pyramid whence the sun rose for the first time to light the world. This is also where the first god Atum stood. Atum is the source of everything in the world, thus the creator of all life. Before rising atop the Benben, Atum was floating within the Nun, holding both the male and female aspects within. Atum created life by using the female part in him to spawn the god of air and emptiness, Shu, and his sister Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and mist. Once his first two children were created, the one became three. Chaos left the world and light entered it. Shu and Tefnut mated and produced the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Geb and Nut were in such a tight embrace that they had to be separated by their father, so Geb laid down to form the earth and Nut extended over the earth and became the sky, the duality, as above so below. The Benben stone, also known as the Pyramidion, is the top stone of the Egyptian pyramid. It is also related to the obelisk. The pyramid and obelisk significance have been previously overlooked, especially the astronomical phenomena connected with sunrise and sunset, the zodiacal light and sun pillars respectively. The obelisks used to represent the living deity of the pharaoh. They were raised carefully and positioned so that the first and last light of the day would touch their peaks to honour the sun god. The sun god would then enter on the journey of navigating his barge through the underworld and avoid great destruction by the great serpent Apophis. The ancients used the obelisk to serve as sundials in the journey of Ra across the sky. Some temples were built close enough to the Nile so they became partially submerged during the river's annual flooding. These would then work as the Colosseum, as was shown previously in the Colosseum decode. Some temples were built with the obelisk on top of them and aligned with the sun's daily passage. The alignment was seen in the horizon following the east to west path, as well as the vertical to align as the sun took its journey up and down the gates. Since these times, many of Egypt's obelisks have been destroyed, dismantled for new religions to consume the land, stolen or given to other countries as gifts. Of the 29 original obelisks in Egypt, only 9 remain. Of the 3 obelisks that survived time from Assyria, none remain there. We can find them in the British Museum. From Ethiopia, only one remains standing and can be found at the Northern Stelae Park in Axum. When the Romans conquered Egypt, they began taking the obelisks as their own. On top of stealing, they erected 7 of their own from Egyptian style. These are found in Aries, France, Munich, Germany, and 5 in Rome. The APM perspective on obelisks are that they are location markers for the angel technologies below. They would represent the direct centre of a halo. They would be directly at the centre of lunar waves and other solitary halos observed in the heavens by many people now. Consider this when halo hunting. You can view various captures of these halos in our videos. A big shout out again to all those people sharing these very special captures.
Here is a bonus decode clip. I looked at these images and noticed the technology hiding within. We will start with Sol, our sun. I fade out the parts we don't need and lo and behold we reveal our sun halo. I do think the sun emblem also depicts the nodes we see around our sun halo. Although we see 8 on the large horizontal halo, there may be more on other parts we have not seen as yet. Also take notice of the external solid band. Next is Lunar, our moon. Notice this one has been given a face. I think this represents it being able to display the face of the moon, which has to be something close to the projector. The moon halo is very much the same configuration as our sun's halo. Pay particular attention to the waveforms around the moon, which may very well represent the pattern seen with Rahu and Ketu, the two waveforms that are definitely involved in the movement of luminaries. Next is Mercury. Notice this one has what we call a vertical halo, but this one contains 2, so it is a different model to the Sun and Moon halo. The star contains 8 nodes, and the external waveform again is reminiscent of Rahu and Ketu, indicating they play a part in the motion or control over this projector. Venus, also containing 8 nodes. Notice how the gap between the two vertical halos is much wider than the previous model. This also appears to be controlled by Rahu and Ketu, if we use the external band as a guide to what is controlling its movement. Mars, containing 12 nodes and 2 vertical halos. Again, this one appears to be under Rahu and Ketu's control, as the external band is a guide. This one appears to contain a lot of bands which may decode as pressure waves, as they depict various colours of the spectrum. Jupiter. Notice Jupiter's two external bands which may be counter-rotating accelerators. The stars may depict its high altitude, and the central band does contain more halos. The two vertical halos also appear to be larger. Saturn. This one contains two external bands, possibly counter-rotating, two internal halos, again they may be counter-rotating, and two smaller vertical halos that have a different pattern to them. This one contains 7 nodes, but we do also consider Jupiter's moons to be nodes on one of its halos, so they may all contain more nodes than we have actually seen as yet. There is probably more information hiding within these images, but this clip was just to show you what I noticed within them.
Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember and are most familiar with these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that, in some fashion. But the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electrical force inside of that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move, and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell.
Follow the Moskva down to Gonky Park, listening to the wind of change. Soldiers passing by, listening to the wind of change. The world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? The future's in the air, can feel it everywhere. I'm blowing with the wind of change. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. Walking down the street, distant memories are buried in the past forever. I follow the Moskva down to Gorky Park, listening to the wind of change. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. The wind of change blows straight into the face of time, like a storm wind. Then we ring the freedom bell for peace of mind. Play the balalaika, sing what my guitar wants to Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change.
When you look at it from up here, you get an appreciation of our world is a beautiful place and we do need to take care of it.